position that basically, I think Carson called it school safety coordinator. I had it listed as safety and security assistant, but I guess we can talk about the semantics of the title later. But I just wanted to kind of give you kind of an idea of what we're thinking of. We've had, right to this point, just so you know, that we've had student monitors, which is like a para. We want this to be more than that, and it would cost more, obviously. And I'll talk about how we would afford that here in a second. But basically, I think what I'm going to do, I might share you the screen here so you can see what the qualifications look like.
Yeah, sounds good.
Can you see that?
Yep. Can you blow it up just a little bit?
All right, let's see here.
Bold it.
Let's see.
Whatever.
Let's see. Where am I going for that?
Highlight the font and then make the words bigger.
Just make it bigger? All right. Yep. How's that?
A little bit more because these little eyes. Okay, perfect. All
right, very good. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So we'll start with the first thing. Basically, this what we want this person to do is assist in the smooth and efficient operation of administering the building. So that's a basic thing. That's kind of what a student monitor is helping us with. We want them to assist the administration and staff with student discipline, assist administration in the effectiveness of hallway supervision, has the skills to de-escalate students with escalated behaviors. We want them to be CPI certified or willing to be CPI certified. Building connections and relationship with students and families. So part of this was to also, because we lost that position that we had with Richard Torres, we were hoping to gain some of that back with a bit of a, it's not completely home to school liaison, but have some connections where they maybe could do some home visits.
Would it include transporting?
Could include transporting. And I'll talk about that here in a second. Works one-on-one and or with small groups of students and their families on meeting their daily needs and possible academic probation with the activities office. So kind of working with our activities department as far as helping students get eligible, so to speak. Possible home visits when necessary, as I mentioned before. Assist in the implementation of PBIS. Help in documenting and data collection of PBIS office discipline referrals. So some of the, the kind of the data gathering that takes place with that. Creates a routine to sweep the entire school building, bathrooms, locker rooms, and all areas of the building to ensure safety and security. So that kind of goes back to that student monitor. So it's kind of a melding of a lot of different things. Type 3 van trainer. So this is something that this goes to what you were speaking to, Holly, where this person would be a district van trainer. Like currently that's Paul Hartman and Jay Chose are our district van trainers, but this person could be that trainer instead. And then just other duties is assigned as we see fit, and they would report to the high school administration. So it's basically more of a I don't know. We're taking the student monitor position and adding some other aspects to it. So it's not really truly a para. It's more than a para, I guess, if that makes sense.
What is the pay range that you're looking at for this position?
So that's a good question. I think oh shoot, there I am. Okay. So what we were looking at is something more enhanced along the lines of a salary type of thing. So what we were looking at is maybe something in the neighborhood of about $40,000 to $45,000. But this person would then, they would have those extra duties as part of their role. The way we would pay for that, this is because I know there's obviously there's not a lot of money there. So student monitor position. Also, we would add, basically we would take away our permanent sub. So we would not have a permanent sub at the high school like we've had. We feel that, to be very honest with you, we can cover the subbing. I think it's easier for us at the secondary level to cover the subbing internally than it is at the elementary level. And because of that, I think we would not feel the bite of losing that position as much. And we feel this would be a better position overall for us.
What does the subbing salary look like?
I think it's 45,000 actually. So if I'm not mistaken, and
And
but that's through TOC, remember?
Yep.
So
Have you gotten, so it's an extra bump. Have you gotten feedback from teachers that the sub has not been that valuable or not?
No, I mean, our permanent sub, it's been nice to have. I mean, obviously it's, those are nice things to have. I have not felt that. Our teachers have been fine covering when we've needed them to. So that's why I don't think we're going to have a huge issue with losing that permanent sub position. I know during COVID, it was a little bit more of a need because of the difficulty in getting coverage for various reasons. We would sometimes have more staff out and things like that, but or it was nice to have the permanent sub because they could cover more long term than say your day-to-day type sub. So that was nice too. But again, I think in looking at next year, especially, I see us maybe not needing the sub quite as much as we did this past year. And I think this position could really benefit our building because this person could then help us in a lot of ways, particularly with the PBIS thing. I think that's what we're looking for, some assistance there. And we really want this position to be just more than just a, somebody watching hallways, because obviously that's important. We are going to have some staff helping us with that supervision, but this person would also be kind of a coordinator of that, and obviously help us with the coordination of watching the building and supervising the building. One of the things we found out as we got into the spring, particularly when we were full in person, is that some of the doors that we have and things like that weren't quite as secure as we would have liked them to be. So we're working on ways to make sure the building is much more secure than it was this spring. I had, and part of that was because we were using entryways that we normally hadn't had as student entryways. For instance, the district office front door, that was being used by students quite a bit. Now, in years past, we hadn't really used that door for student entry. It usually was the side door by the gymnasium. So that became somewhat of a security issue and security risk. So things like that, we want to tighten things up. That's why we like this position.
Would it be then for the whole high school, the fields, the hockey arena on the outside also?
Yeah. And it would be parking lot too. I mean, this is, that's part of that student monitor that we've had, is that there have been some parking lot duty there as well. So,
is it a 12-month contract?
This would be, we were looking at an enhanced 9-month. So maybe a week on either side of the regular student calendar. So the week after school's out and then the week before, doing it that way.
So 9.5.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Jennifer.
Hi, George. I was just wondering how this is related to the safety officer, the resource officer that we have at the high school right now. Would they work together closely, or how is that connected?
Yes, that's actually a really good question. So yeah, they would work closely together because this person would, we've had the school resource officer in the building as well. The nice thing about the school resource officer is that they've spent most of their time at our building, but not all. So we've had so there are those gaps, and this person would be able to kind of fill that gap as well. But yeah, I see that as a kind of a hand-in-hand relationship, and also with administration.
Hello, Pam. I
Hi,
can't.
you guys. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm in the car and I'm coming back from work, so I apologize. But I do.
We're just kind of moving ahead. We went with George first because Carson had to pop out. And so we're kind of talking about the school security person.
No problem. Yeah, no, I think that's great. The piece that I zeroed in on was that it's pretty cost neutral. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, if we essentially if we remove the permanent sub position at the high school, this will be cost neutral. Actually, it might be a little bit of a savings.
Well, and is this position going to have any benefits? I mean, I missed what contract they would be
I
under.
think this would be an off schedule, I think is what we were talking about, because
Okay.
it wouldn't be under the para contract.
Okay.
Does that
Well,
include benefits?
I'm sorry, at will. I always
will,
say off
yep.
schedule. I apologize.
I knew what you meant.
That does include health benefits.
It does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So there's a little bit of a cost to that. But the other question I would have for you, George, is how often was that sub utilized? Were there days when that sub was not really needed and we had to find jobs for that person, or were they pretty well utilized?
Our permanent sub was utilized pretty much daily. But in saying that, there were a few days where we didn't have a need. We'd call the elementaries and say, "Hey, do you got a need?" Because we don't have a need today. But most of the time, our person had filled a job in some shape or form. Usually, like I said, they were usually helping us with more long-term ones. Like if we had a staff member out because they were quarantined or whatever, that was kind of what they'd pick that job up until the person was back. So then the other unfilled jobs were usually our people, our staff would cover for people who had like a daily out or whatever. They were gone for a medical appointment or something like that.
So hopefully our need for COVID coverage will be much less here in the near future. And then, just my final comment is, I'm all for making our buildings more secure and safe for everybody. And if that means, switching things up because that's your recommendation, I'm very much wanting to support that. And I think that would make good sense, especially if you can cover your needs in other ways for teachers.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
What kind of background or training or experience are you looking for, George, in this position, for someone to fill this position?
So that's a good question. Somebody who's got, if they have some para experience or experience within the school working with kids, could be somebody who's taught, and or it could be somebody who maybe has some extensive experience in a para position. Remember, I mentioned CPI trained or would be willing to be CPI trained. Oftentimes, our SPED folks are trained in CPI, so we want somebody with that knowledge. Because there have been, it was interesting. This past spring, we had a special ed student that was having some difficult time and very escalated, and we needed some support there. And it would have been nice to have had that with the student monitor was not CPI trained. It would have been nice to have had them because they happened to be the person on the spot at the moment. So, but just for calming and de-escalation, really. So, I know, Holly, you're familiar with CPI, so most of that training is really about verbal de-escalation. Really, it's not necessarily about the restraints, but it's really more about verbal de-escalation.
Exactly. We'd like 10 more steps for that, and we'd like all staff trained in verbal de-escalation.
Right.
I mean, that could be the next step that we go to, but to have somebody on staff who's not tied to a room or a space, be able to go around and use the same common language is pretty critical. Yeah. So we have an SRO currently. That's what I heard Jennifer say.
Yep.
And so we're looking to add this person to work in tandem with the SRO, or?
I mean, kind of. I mean, yes, more to support. I'm looking at this person as more of a support for administration. They'll still work with it because the SRO works with us too. I mean, it's, we're all kind of one big team. But I see this person doing a lot of support for administration, out and about in the building. We want this person to be very relational with our kids. That's going to be a huge requirement as we interview for this, is how relational and how student-centered are they? Because if they're not student-centered, this isn't going to work. We don't want that. We don't want somebody who's going to escalate the kids more, So really that's what we're looking for, is somebody who can de-escalate, who has good relationships with the kids. Love to have somebody who would be willing to be maybe even involved in extracurriculars.
Is it somebody that has a bachelor's degree, somebody that has an AA degree? Are you looking for somebody that has a degree?
Well, for sure, because of needing the highly qualified aspect, it would be nice to have at least the AA degree. Yes.
Okay.
So I would say anything AA or above. Yeah.
Where are we looking to post this in terms of diversity and equity?
Where or
besides our own website?
Good question. I don't know. I guess I'd leave that one up to Amy a little bit. I'm not sure where we would go. I know we've been doing that. I don't know if Amy's on and can answer that question.
I can answer that question. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
Hi, Holly.
Hi.
So it depends on the situation. I think this one, it may be social media we would include. We also do the MASA, the JobSpot K-12, Indeed, EdPost. So it's kind of job specific. If we think we're going to have a hard time sourcing, or if I think we are, that's when I would utilize Indeed and social media, or if we're targeting something very specific.
Okay.
Another possibility, Holly, I'm not sure if it would be particularly effective for this position, but we've been working with Melissa Krull, former superintendent of Eden Prairie, and Candace Roskins, former superintendent of Austin, as far as some equity work. And they have contacts across the state. Certainly we could mention, this particular position to them. I'm not sure what kind of responses we would have, doing it that way. But we'd be willing to do that, if Amy thought it was appropriate. Certainly for like a principal's job, superintendent's job, district level administrator, they would be great resources because again, they know people who know people who, they could really talk up our positions and try to get a real broad array of candidates.
Yeah, because you look at the leadership at the high school and it looks pretty homogeneous right now.
Yeah.
I really encourage you guys to look in all avenues and reach out to a variety of sources to, hopefully get the best candidate.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I don't disagree with this position, George. I hear you loud and clear when you say that's something that the high school needs.
Mhm.
Security and safety are number one. We have 2 security guards that float in our building,
Mhm.
and they're hired by the district
Mhm.
to kind of do the same thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Walkie-talkies, make sure the doors are locked, de-escalate, help kids get to the principal's office if they're having a hard time. You know, it's the same kind of thing. And we no longer have an SRO. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, it could be a direction Red Wing eventually moves into. But
Yeah.
I don't see any issue with this, especially since it's cost neutral, like you said.
Mhm.
Jennifer,
Okay.
did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I agree with what you said, Holly. I think it sounds very worthwhile and needed. So, yeah, thanks, George.
Yeah,
You
thank
bet.
you, George.
You bet.
What we'll do then is, it sounds like there's consensus that we should at least move forward to develop a position description, go through banding, and that kind of thing. So I'm taking that to mean that we'll go ahead with that.
Sounds good.
Yes. Annette, do we have to bring it to the board? Or do we just kind of leave it here in this committee? Pam?
I believe that right now we would leave it right here, and then do we need to do that, Carson, with a brand new kind of different position?
Yeah, if we have all the data together, we can come up with a banding and then a recommendation as far as where to put this position in the kind of the salary grid. Plus, we're eliminating a couple of positions that we've planned on. So I think the best approach would be to add this to the June 21st meeting, but we're going to need some legwork done between now and then in terms of getting that position description and the banding done.
That sounds great.
Pam, did you want me to keep going?
I would love it if you would, because I'm almost home, but not quite there.
Yes, no, it's not a problem at all. Okay, we're going to jump to, thank you, George.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, we're going to jump to the early childhood director. We all got some background information here. And then I think we are going to have Sherry kind of jump in. Is that correct?
I think it's Dawn, actually.
Yeah, Don is sort of the lead on this, but
Perfect.
obviously this position relates to Sherry, but I can kind of give you a quick update or background. As the background sheet says, we did approve hiring an early childhood director and eliminating the preschool coordinator position starting, this coming year. That's our plan. Over the past 2-3 years, we've also talked about who should hire this position. Kind of gone back and forth in terms of, I think Red Wing had the position for years, and then GCD had the position for years.
GCD had the position 10 years ago.
Okay, 10 years ago,
Yeah.
and then they hired Min, just a couple years after that. But my thinking or my plan is that Red Wing would hold the contract for whomever is hired. So that's kind of the operating assumption. And, there are pluses and minuses both ways. Obviously, Min served our district very well, even though she was a GCD employee, but I thought it just made more sense in terms of flexibility, especially the connection to community ed or our umbrella instead of GCDs in this case. The big issue, go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did get a call from Dawn. So sorry, it's been a long day over here, but I did get a call and we did discuss a little bit. Yeah, it's never made any sense to me why it was with GCED. So I'm really glad to see that this is going to come back under community ed. And Dawn, take it away.
I don't know if anybody has any specific questions. We did have a job description written and it was banded and graded. It did come in at a 23. We are looking at having this person work all year. The reason being, they have 6 weeks of summer school, this ESY, and we did get a grant from the Department of Ed. We were eligible for $14,400 to do our highest needs kids to try to get them ready for kindergarten. Department of Ed did give us about $38,400. So we need to get that program ready, up and running. So this person is going to be very busy. And I think Min would, I guess, also agree with this, that the summers are as busy as the school year is, especially with early childhood and especially serving our special needs population and our at-risk children. So I feel very good about it being a year-round position. And, Sherry and I will work on hiring the individual as we have in the past. And I think that this is a good plan. I think if there's any changes, early childhood will probably change the most, just because there is conversation about early childhood, universal preschool for 3 and 4-year-olds. So we are looking at maybe this position, changing in the future, expanding. We just don't know what direction the state or the country will go in terms of that.
Jennifer, did you have anything to add?
I don't. I appreciate the plan. So thank you for that.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I am so over the moon because having been at Colville as many times as I have, and also being a special ed teacher, the needs begin when the kids show the need, and that can be so little. And so I'm really happy to hear that this is moving in that direction, continued to move in that direction, and that Red Wing is going to be the leader on that.
Yeah, and so because of the banding we did for the position description, I'm hoping the committee here would recommend changing terms and conditions of employment for program directors and supervisors to include this position in the same category as the activities director, which is Group A. So, they're both banded the same, and they have similar responsibilities and authority. So that's why that recommendation is being made.
What would be the reason not to include it into Group A?
That's a great question. I think, it's important as much as possible to put positions in the same category if they're banded the same. So it's hard to come up with an argument against putting it in the same category. If I'm kind of stretching a little bit, the one difference is that, Paul supervises people who are not required to have licenses, whereas this position does supervise people with licenses. But
And
the
we
number
also-
of people
We're also
supervised
asking for a director of special education license, and this person also has to have early childhood. So special ed to work with our special ed individuals, early childhood for community ed. So they really do wear 2 hats. And so this person has to be highly qualified in many areas. So if anything, I think it's comfortable where it's at, but this person definitely is expected to have a pretty high skill set. And we'll be supervising both, certified employees and not certified, union and non-union. They run a building. So I think that I'm pretty comfortable where this is at. And I think, Amy and Karsten, I think everybody's in agreement. We've had some discussions, so.
Yeah, it almost seems like Group A isn't high enough.
Yeah, we really rely a lot on the banding recommendations from Bjorklund Consulting. So I think it's important to keep them in the same category because if we don't do that, then that could potentially eventually lead to a claim of discrimination. So if we have, let's say if we hired a male early childhood director, there was a female activities director, but they're both banded the same, doesn't mean it's necessarily discriminatory, but certainly if they're banded the same, we want them in the same category, that lessens the chance.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Could you say it a different way?
Well, it's important to band, if we have the same banding for people, the ideal situation is to have them in the same category or the same band, because if you don't do that, it could lead to pay equity concerns. We're comparing men and women in the salary schedule. I don't know if that helped or made it even more complicated.
If I were to take out male or female from this, which I don't know if you can, that's what I'm hearing you kind of say is you can't take it out of this.
Yeah, well, pay equity has to do with kind of the overall pay structure for the district. And, there are differences all the time between male dominated and female dominated positions. But the more we can put positions with the same banding in the same category, the better. So, and if someone's, rated higher, has a higher banding, then they should, in general, be placed in a category that leads to a higher salary. That doesn't always happen. It doesn't have to be 100%. But, that's what we're striving for.
I guess my only hesitation is to make sure that this position, with the things that are expected, is compensated at that level, regardless of the band that it should go in or could go in, or the group, with the expectations that are expected for this position. It's a lot of schooling, and I don't want it to be, well, this person can't be in another group because we don't want this to be unequal.
Yeah, and I think all of us would agree with you on that, Holly, and that's precisely why we go through Bjorklund, because he takes the information about each job and then he gives it a rating. And then if there are two jobs with the same rating, our goal is to try to make them as comparable in pay as possible. So I think we're actually doing exactly what we're hoping we would do. I think we're kind of saying the same thing. It might be a little more.
I think sort of we are saying the same thing, but I don't think we're saying that, but we're sort of. So you and I can have a different chat about this and kind of dig into it a little bit deeper. What's the recommendation for tonight moving forward?
It's to recommend to the school board the changing of the terms and conditions of employment for program directors and supervisors to include the early childhood director in Group A.
Jennifer, Pam?
I'm just wondering, what group are principals in?
They're on.
Yeah, they're higher. I don't have that information handy.
Okay.
But Amy, perhaps you can find that out and just send a quick email out to a committee member. Or what, I could include that in when we make a recommendation to the board on the 21st. I could include that info.
And we are not recommending a principal's license for this position. It's a director of special education. So, Bob did come out with a clearly defined reasoning, Gorko, and why he put this position in this area. And so I feel very comfortable in his reasoning and his justification of where it was at. So as we move forward, and I do believe that this being a year-round position will help this person feel like they have some continuity and not starting and stopping, since we do have so much summer programming, which I think will help.
Okay, thank you, Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good with proceeding that way. It makes a lot of sense. Just as long as, so this is, we're able to add this into the contract, or are we going to have to ratify that contract, or what do we need to do to make sure that it's covered in there?
It fits just exactly where it's
Okay.
at. That all the language and everything is within the 23 banding.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so I would take that to the June 21st meeting with recommendation to add that position in that group.
Sounds good.
All right, is Brent up next?
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks,
Hi,
Dawn.
Brent.
Hi.
Thank you, Dawn. Thanks, Sherry.
Okay. Hi, everyone. As you can see on the agenda, I've put forth a school nutrition operations manager position. I've drafted a job description by actually networking with a lot of our local schools to kind of see similar school size and kind of their structure and layout. So we did put together a job description, did have it banded as well. And as Carson has alluded into the document, we wouldn't look to move on this type of position until after the cooks have settled their negotiation, just to respect that, to respect our cooks and our unions before looking at a position like this and sustainability. Primarily expecting the position to be a 12-month position, really just focusing on, I'd like to kind of grow more of our farm to school initiative. And by having this extra hand or this extra person, we will be able to start to take on more of that. A piece of this position would oversee the concessions preparation. As a food service director, I oversee the concessions for the district. This individual would really be making sure that each of the sites are up and running. And like, if you can think back before COVID, it was very fluid as far as the groups using it. We were keeping very accurate records as far as what was being utilized. Pretty tight operation before. Looking to kind of continue that operation moving forward. This individual will also assist into the day-to-day operations. So what that might look like is right now, food service, we really struggle on the whole sub aspect. I think by having an extra person kind of in that admin role along with myself creates that fluidity where in the event that we do run short, we could be able to kind of pull and be at the sites a little bit more, assisting with that or filling in. Ideally too, this individual would help with a lot of the ordering. So I'd kind of like to tighten up some of that ordering. So in turn, that would affect the food cost as well. They would help with the procurement and the bid structure, assisting me in that piece of it. Also too, the food service operations, we don't know what next year's free and reduced or the meal application is going to look like at this point. We're still waiting on directions from USDA. There has been nothing that's been said. It looks like the pandemic EBT, which has also now come under my umbrella, courtesy of the USDA. I'm overseeing that part as well. And so I think that program, if I'm kind of reading between the lines, is going to start to kind of grow and blossom. And again, is kind of intertwined with the free and reduce application process. So more to come there.
That sounds like a significant increase in your job responsibility. Financially.
It keeps, that's the whole point of this position, is really to help start building support.
Yeah.
Because unlike many departments, I'm it. I don't have secretaries. I don't have any additional support other than my colleagues that I can call on. When you look at my tier structure, it's the food service director, then it's the head cooks, and then it's the cooks. And so really this person is really to be there and to support myself. It even goes into when you look at doing interviews, because I'm only one person, I include multiple people on the interview panel. This is another person that can help search for talent as well.
Well, kudos to you for everything you've accomplished with your team in the last 2 years. And I didn't realize that you didn't have an assistant or anybody that worked with you. I didn't realize that. So, I feel bad that now I'm just hearing about it. But at the same time, I understand your request for this position. And wow, thank you for working your butt off.
And I do have to say, I've the 8 years I've been with Red Wing, I've done an amazing job at, I think, working with our team. And I couldn't have done it without them. I couldn't have done it without the strong partnerships of Community Ed, Kids Junction. My boss, Karsten Anderson, his direct support as well on a lot of the stuff that I've done. So thank you. I think the big piece too with the position is so much right now is changing with our nutrition programs is we just don't know the direction that it's going to take. And I do expect our nutrition programs to start taking on or expanding even further than what we think our programs are going to. And I'm saying that just because of being the PPL with MSNA, I'm starting to get a lot of word about universal meal acts, and it's gone to really include free dinner and free snacks. So there is a potential here that our nutrition programs in the school setting are going to start to look a lot different, and very much could be 6 to 6 type of an operation. So I think we need to really take a look and kind of see where the future of that is heading. And that's really what this position is doing, is kind of putting a step forward and investing.
What's the PPL mean?
Public and policy legislation. So basically I I'm the executive chair for the state of Minnesota on the nutrition side. So I represent the 3,000 nutrition directors in the state of Minnesota.
I think I read something about that, but now that I understand it in context, wow, that is super cool.
We've done incredible work this year, and it's been a pleasure to work with both the Minnesota House and Senate and also Capitol Hill. So I've definitely done a lot of learning, made a lot of great connections, and definitely been able to kind of see what's coming. So
that's incredible. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
again,
how would can I just ask, how would that change like Donna's position? Because I know you've kind of got those folks doing a lot of ordering, and so would their position descriptions change then too?
No, what I'd like to do, Pam, is kind of one big barrier when you look and when I talk with our cooks, to our head cooks, is they say that they don't want to do the head cook position because there's a lot of responsibility and the stress. Actually, what I'm really looking to do with this position is pull a little bit off the head cooks. So hopefully we can start to see some internal growth, or some of our individuals move from the cook level to the head cook level. And so what I'd like to do is pull off some of that stress that I think our head cooks are at, and try and make it more manageable, which really funnels into the whole customer service. Happy employees are going to equal happy customers. So,
Yep, good.
Yeah, and again, I think, although I was skeptical at first, I think this position should be considered. I think Brent has a good plan, and it would also enable him to explore some other things with food service, if it's a stronger farm to school program or grow your own program, or whatever that might be. It would give him the option to do it. My only reservation is the money, and like Brent started the conversation with, I want to make sure that we give the cooks, what they, or we need to give them a fair settlement, after we discuss this with the full board on June 28th. And, if we can give them a fair settlement and still afford this position, then I think we ought to consider it.
Yeah, that'll have to come first, right?
Yeah, I think so, because we'd want to make sure that it was a sustainable position. We don't want to hire someone and then suddenly realize, oh, the budget's not going to allow it, so we have to cut it next year,
Yeah.
Those kinds of things.
Yes, for sure.
One advantage is that we don't have to hire this position by July 1st or by, August 1st or something like that. We have some flexibility as far as hiring. We'd want to do it as soon as possible, but we'll be able to get our ducks in a row and then come back to the personnel committee to consider a recommendation of the board.
Perfect.
I just want to again give you kudos, Brent, on thinking forward.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Point of a decision making, but you're already, giving us this heads up. I can see why you're at where you're at. So, Jennifer, go ahead.
thanks.
I was just going to say the same thing. I just appreciate forward thinking and thinking about the future of, the farm to table or farm to school, and, what the meal program may look like in the next few years. And I like the idea that we can be prepared for any of that. So thank you for that forward thinking.
Anytime.
Do you mind if we jump into the communication support? So, we recently completed an internal communications audit. So some district and building administrators worked with Bob Noyad, who used to be the PR or the communications person for, I believe, Wayzata Public Schools. I might be mistaken on that, but a very reputable school district, and he's kind of branched on his own to do some consulting work. So we went through this communications audit, consistent with what I think everyone believes. We have some gaps that we'd like to fill in terms of our internal and external communications. The problem or the barrier is the money, obviously. And so I wanted to throw this possible support person out there just for you to start thinking about. And if there may or may not be interested in the position, then I would have Amy and possibly Don work on a position description, so we can get it banded. And then we would look for ways to pay for the position. So again, we aren't looking for formal approval right now. We just wanted to throw it out there to see what you have to say before we start developing a position description.
I have a question. What do similar sized districts have for a communication team?
Yeah, that would be one of the things we'd need to thoroughly investigate. So we'd look at schools between 2,000 and 3,500 to see how they structure their communications, and then base a lot of our decision making on that. I think you'll find that they're all over the map, but we'd like to give you some examples of what that looks like.
I do know a lot of Wisconsin schools are hiring part-time. Ellsworth has a part-time communications coordinator. Hudson does. So a lot of districts realize that they need a person to be able to concentrate on not only internal but external communications, but they also need to be proactive, and they also need to be able to put out fires. So they need to always be working ahead. And we know that we've got a referendum coming up. We have a charter school coming in. We're doing great things, but we don't have the human resources to make sure that we are strategic in how we communicate what we're doing well and what we're working on. So I was so excited to meet with this group of individuals because the possibilities are limitless. I mean, we could do so much, and we all know that this is an area that we've needed to put some more energy into. And the money is never going to be there. We have to invest in ourselves. Our school is worth it. Mm-hmm. And the last thing you should cut is marketing and communications. And we've never had that. And so we have a lot of competition out there, but we're also doing some great things. So we need to be able to communicate that with. And I'm sorry to jump in, Karsten, but I'm really passionate about this. I just feel like if you even look at the people that ran for school board, I mean, I think 10 out of 11 said that we need to work in this area. And here we are, referendum right around the corner, and we haven't done any work. And I don't want to hear the community say again, you only come to us when you need something. I feel it's so important that we look at a person that could spearhead this. So, questions, thoughts, it's just the possibilities are just exciting, and we are doing some great things. And right now what we're doing is just putting out fires, and not always doing that real well because we don't have a person to take hold. Everybody is so thin right now administratively. And I know some people don't think that, but we really need somebody to concentrate on communications.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we've talked about this a lot through, this is my 5th year on the board, and 5th year I've heard this need out there. And I know it's hard to pull the trigger on the money piece of this. This has to be a commitment. I mean, it has to be a commitment. And Don, I like what you said about an investment in our district, because we can think of, I think all of us, probably 10 things that we would want a communications person to do right off of the bat, right? Mm-hmm. We do already pay a consultant or two. And so we do have some money already budgeted. I don't know if that's something that we would continue with those consultants and then look at another position above and beyond what those folks are doing for us. But you're right. I think we've always needed a full-time person. It's just a matter of where we're going to find that money when we've just cut 2.4 million. So, something's got to give, because, we're not just getting money out of the air. So we know that we can't pick the money off of the tree in the backyard.
Yeah, and I agree with you. If we even keep 5 kids from leaving the district, if we have people reconsider our school because of what we're able to tell them we're all about, I think you're looking at that cost savings. Again, it's an investment in our district. It's so important that we start carving out some money for us. And I do believe that the time is really important coming off of COVID, looking at a charter school starting, an online school with GCED. I think the timing is perfect and a referendum right around the corner. I think those are really important things that we need to look at. We are worth it. We are worth it. So we have to invest in ourselves at some point, and we've never done that. And I don't think we can piecemeal anymore. Nobody can take on communications with the job they're already doing. We can't do it justice. We just can't. And I don't know, I don't have that expertise. We definitely need somebody with that skill set.
So Carson, is the next piece then to figure out kind of a job description and banding to look at how much a position like this would need to be added into our budget, and where would we find that money from? I mean, is that the next step?
Yeah, you said it perfectly, with an emphasis on the last part. How would we pay for it? So if there's at least an idea that that's okay or should be considered, it's not a commitment on behalf of the committee, then we'll go ahead with that.
I absolutely think it needs to be explored. So I would say go ahead and look at putting together something. What are the qualifications we're looking for, and figuring out how much a position like this would cost. Are we looking at a full-time, 0.8, benefits? Where would they fit into which, are they going to be an at-will employee? Or are they going to be a district employee? Which contract, if a contract is something that they would be a part of, where would they fit? And then when you have all those things figured out, then I guess we have to start looking at the budget and figuring out how to pay for that position, because I know personally, I'm not really willing to just add a position and say, well, we'll try and figure it out. I mean, we really have to know exactly where that money would be coming from. We just cut way too many people out of jobs right now to add a position back in like this without right sizing. So I agree. We absolutely have to have a communications plan and a person to spearhead that. We just need to do it diligently.
Sounds good. I appreciate that.
Yep. I don't disagree with anything you guys said. Dawn, I really appreciate how in-depth you went about it and how passionate you are about it. Because I know you do tremendous work from the community ed side with your pamphlets and your brochures, and just the amount of work that goes into that from your angle, adding the whole district to a higher level like you put out would be tremendous.
Well, and I'm tired of cutting people too. And if we can keep kids in our district, and this person is going to turn things over overnight. It's going to take some time. But I think if we're strategic with showing the world kind of what we do well, we may keep kids. I think, again, that investment in who we are and our school district, I think we will reap the rewards, not immediately, but soon, in the next couple of years. So I appreciate that. And, maybe this could be our opportunity to turn around, but I do hear the community also. And that's why I do believe we need to communicate what we do better.
Absolutely. We can have a communication plan, but we need to have someone who can facilitate that and put that into action, and not expect more added to our current employees list. So I agree, Don. I appreciate your passion about it. I think it is a great opportunity for us.
Well, we'll keep working on that and bring it to the meeting likely in July, the Personnel Committee meeting. Do you mind if we jump forward to the superintendent succession planning? We only have 2 or 3 minutes. I think I got all the feedback that this committee shared last month. But if there are additional changes that you'd like to make, I can, certainly include those before I present it to the board.
Unfortunately, nothing is loading here for me on the agenda packet. So I can't really comment.
I can comment. I had a chance to look through it, Carson,
Hi, Kevin.
and I see that you put Red Wing High School principal, no
Good.
name. I understand that move
Great to
simply
be back,
because it's a
right?
shared building,
Oh, it was busy, I'll tell you that.
right? Like that person
Yeah,
can,
it took me a while to get through
whatever,
their
if
emails.
anybody needs something, that person can jump over or has quick
I ended up
access
losing my
to that
phone.
piece.
I got
I
wet with
still
my
struggle
phone.
with the business
Oh,
manager
no, you
who's
had it in your
not
pocket or
technically an
something?
employee of ours, being
I'll
second
explain to you how
in
it
that
went, but I
position.
had it in my pocket and I
Um,
fell in out of the boat.
But I understand
Well, at least you
that
got
they're
back in
already
the boat.
supervising those
Well,
positions. So
they got a dock that the dock.
I get it. I do get why you put what you put. And I didn't have any more that should be added. I think we're on really good path to getting this nailed down, and I really appreciate the work that's been done on it already. And so I think if you look through it again, we've got 2 minutes before you have to go to operations.
Yeah, I think it looks great. I appreciate the changes that were done. I like how it's laid out so that we can easily, as a board, follow the direction that it has given us step by step. I think it's well done. I don't see any changes that need to be made.
Well, how about if we, if I'll include this in the school board procedures handbook for the 21st, and obviously if they're, you know, we can always discuss it at the next board meeting too. So, you know, this isn't the last chance.
Okay.
And, you know, just a reminder, you know, as with other handbooks, some of the handbooks we can easily change. So the school board procedures handbook is something that we completely control. So we could change it in October or December, you know, or something like that. Student handbooks and employee handbooks, it's a little tougher hill to cross.
Mhm.
But how about if I include that, and then we'll kind of take it from there.
Sounds great.
All right, anybody have any 30-second last minute nuggets of wisdom?
The only thing I would say is, Holly, 1,000 thank yous for pinch hitting for me once again.
Absolutely, no worries.
All my troubles always happen on a Monday afternoon, so thank
Well,
you.
Mondays are not notoriously great for the world. All right, well, everybody, I'll see you at 6 o'clock.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you in the operations committee too?
I'm still not in yet, so.
Let me scroll down to.
So, no, I gotta go to,
Just so that everyone knows, the personnel committee meeting lasted until right 4:45, and so we're just setting up for our operations committee meeting. It'll take us just a minute or two.
there we go, Google Meet, I'm getting close.
Yeah, now I got the thing here.
Now I have to mute this when we get going too, is that right?
Are we going into the actual meeting then? Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah.
Ah, so bear with me. Just pulled up the. All right.
So I'm muted. And I'm here. Right.
I'm not here yet. Okay, we ready? Everybody logged in? Good evening. We're running a little bit late. Personnel took a few extra minutes and we're just getting technical difficulties. Old guys trying to figure out how to run these computers. So call the operations committee meeting to order. We have the meeting agenda. Is there anybody else have anything to add to it? If not, we'll go right into LTFM plan. Who's going to take that, Kevin or Alan?
Be Kevin this time.
Okay.
Yep, I'll be there just a second. I'm going to get you. Okay, hopefully you can see on your screen. It's a little small. All of these forms are online, so if anyone would like to see them, they can download them themselves. What this is for is our long-term facilities maintenance plan. It also includes the 32 health and safety programs that we do run for the school district. And just for the new people on and to make sure they're aware of it, kind of the ones in the news are Lead and Water and Radon. And good news here, Red Wing's been doing these for over 20 years. And they're on a rotating schedule every 5 years. Every building is inspected. So I want to make sure I didn't forget to say that. Anyway, each year the department requires districts to review their long-term plan. Current statute requires board approval of our 21 to 22, which is our fiscal 23 pay budget. As we began last year, we've updated again our expenditure plans projections for the next 10 years to be a little bit more in line with what revenues are projected to be. So to do this, we did have to scale back on our HVAC replacements and upgrades a little bit. I'll go into why here in a little bit. We also plan to return to doing some of the bigger things in-house that our employees are able to do, like tuck point buildings that we used to do, which would require a few extra helpers in the summertime if we go that route. Also, the reason for this growing difference between budget, it's twofold. Primarily is the department is leaving LTFM revenue flat for the foreseeable future, not taking into account inflation, which right there we're losing 3% per year. And in the fiscal year 17 school years when they began the LTFM program, and it took them 3 years to get up to that $380 per pupil unit. So between that and our gradually shrinking student base, I have concerns, how we're going to, to keep up with all the maintenance that we will have. So I would recommend all of you talk to your legislators, let them know what's going on, so that we can address some of these issues that are going on. I did also include, to go along with the fiscal year 22, which is this one right here, and fiscal year 23, these two that I've highlighted. I did include, I won't pull them up here, but a little bit more detail on the 22 and at fiscal year 23 projects that we'll be doing with LTFM. The only mistake I made was on the fiscal year 23, we have under the high school, we're replacing our condensing boiler that we pushed off to fiscal year 24. So that one should not be there for 23.
Refresh our memory and people listening for down the road. The LTFM money is allocated annually by the state, by the formula that you presented earlier about the student population and that. Is there any of the local tax levy dollars that are put into that, or how much of it is local tax dollars then?
I would have to let Jackie give you the answer on exactly how many are local tax dollars. I believe these are state funded, but Jackie, can you answer that?
It is for us, because we are over the equalization threshold, it is 100% levy dollars.
The LTFM money is all
100% levy.
So the state authorizes, the plan and the ability to levy, but it's all local levy.
Yeah. So this is one of the first steps in setting up our levy for calendar year 22.
Correct. For things like, for instance, the running track needs a structural spray in fiscal year 23. It won't be this summer. We were hoping to do it this summer, but because of COVID, the materials, the binders, the polymers and things like that, or if you can even get your hands on them, at least 30-35% higher. And our engineer said people just won't bid it anymore because they will not lock in a price because of that. So that and the tennis courts up the high school, which are due to be resurfaced, the painting, both got pushed off to fiscal year 23, as you can see on the list that we have here. But those are the kind of projects that we'll be doing with this money.
questions?
Any questions? Yeah, absolutely.
Are we also going to be tackling education district LTF, or is that in here or coming up?
Good question, Arlen. Yes, we will. The education district works differently. Though I gave that plan to Jackie and
Sherry.
Sorry, thank you. For their board to look at and approve, and once their GCED board approves it, then every one of the school districts that are part of the education districts needs to approve the plan as well, and then it would be sent up to the state. So that's the process that the education district would take.
So I think we expect that probably in the next month or so, I believe. Yeah. But the point is, every district has to approve it in addition to the ed district approving it, because they can't levy themselves.
They can't levy themselves, you're correct. So whatever levy they have, those dollars are distributed amongst the participating school districts based on how many students percentage are in their school.
One issue we're going to have is that I don't know if this committee will be able to review GCD's long-term facilities maintenance plan before it has to be approved by the board, just because of timing. We don't have that first meeting in July. So when is the deadline to report to the state, Kevin?
July 31st.
What is July 31st?
So we might be able to make it.
Yeah, we could, if we had a special operations committee meeting in July, because typically we don't have it the first Monday in July because we don't have a regular meeting.
We could look at scheduling it that third Monday. That, to my knowledge, there is a committee, but I don't know, is it legislative and policy?
Legislative and policy.
That means at 3:30 or 4:30?
4:45. Yeah.
Anything that. Okay.
So we could set this meeting up at 3:45 on that day, so at least have a chance.
What else do we have? Otherwise, I don't see as a really very controversial. It just could go to the board at that meeting without going through the committee.
Let's just see if there's something else develops, and we can let me know if we need to schedule a meeting.
Yeah. How about if you and I touch base, Jim?
Sure.
And then I'll kind of follow your lead. If there isn't anything major, this shouldn't be controversial, like Garland said, we can just go ahead with it.
That's fine, but they might, who knows, in the next 30 days, something like that.
Right.
The only other thing that I would add for you guys to look at, so you can see where it starts tapering off, is if you look under fiscal year 26, I've got it highlighted on your screen right there. And that's due to our calculations that the spreadsheet calculators that Jackie has. That's where our student population drops off. And you can see that's almost 100,000 a year from there on out. We're kind of holding our own up a little, down a little with LTFM. But that's the year we start going south at about $80,000, $90,000 a year, even with my backing off to about $650,000 a year average. So the student piece is a big part for us to look at, and we need to talk to the state about increases due to inflation. So with that, if there's any other questions, otherwise that's really all I have on LTFM for this year.
Just looking at year 2024, we're on a negative 76,000 in the beginning fund balance. So,
Right, we moved some dollars around because of this year, and as you can see, the following year we're actually spend a little bit less, and it drops us down to negative 4,000, something like that.
2027.
That's why it doesn't really hit us until the fiscal year 2027, where it actually shows up on the books.
Just a question under line number 370 and 381. Electrical and plumbing, are those improvements or additional that we're looking at needing to add, or how is those budgeted items each year for $100 and some to $200,000?
The big one this year for electrical, and just so you know, we cannot do something new with LTFM. This is deferred maintenance type dollars, so it has to be related to something failing, bearings going out, replacing air handling units, things like that. The big one this year, which will be the next item that we'll ask for approval of, is the auditorium sound system, which is failing and doesn't meet all the current regulations for wireless, things like that. That alone is 85,000 of that 200 for fiscal year 22.
So the sound system falls under the electrical line item.
That would fall under electrical, correct?
Anything else? Let's move on to Hub the Hall and sound and video system.
Okay. It's slightly bigger, maybe you can read it. I don't know. We'll see there. Okay. For the sound system in Hub to Hall, it's the original sound system yet. So yes, music folks, media folks have been having more and more troubles with it over the years. I think we've replaced a couple amplifiers, things like that, to keep it running. And another part of it is the frequency that the wireless mics are on is now a frequency that FCC has moved over to wireless cell phones. So we had some meetings, I know in the cafeteria next fiscal year will be cafeteria and little theater to do it. But what happens is if someone keys up their phone, the microphone in the room cuts out. You probably noticed there's times when they've cut out. That is because we're on the same frequency as cell phones. So that's one of the reasons. And we have, to get to this, we did work closely with the music staff, both at the high school, Twin Bluff. We did have a meeting with George and Jason, pretty much everyone, to go over item by item what was in the Sound and Media Solutions bid is the one that they really like because it has the same exact equipment at Twin Bluff as we're looking to put into the high school auditorium, just slightly larger scale. So one, they know how to use it. Kids going from one school to the other will know how to use it easily. And if we did get into a real bind, we could actually take a component from middle school or vice versa and make the other one work if we really got in a bind. So that's the reasoning for going with the slightly more expensive quote that we did get.
Okay.
Is there any questions on that one?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
There's certainly a lot to be said for continuity between systems, but I have not heard you say anything about Olympic Communications. If anybody's investigated, is it what other districts are using that system? What are other districts using, and how is it working for them? If you're going to get a quote or bid from somebody, we should check both of them. And I have heard nothing about Olympic Communications other than they're not the same as Sound and Media Solutions. So.
Right. It's just another company that gave us a quote on the very similar equipment. It's just different brands of equipment. School districts over the state have all different kinds of systems in their auditoriums, not just these two. These are the two we got the bids from, or quotes from, I should say.
It just,
but for the music people, to them it was huge to have the same system in both buildings for them, not only them but for their students as well.
I'm just wondering if that's the case, or if we haven't investigated, maybe Olympic Communications is a superior system and nobody's looked because we have the other one there. I'm not hearing anybody saying they've looked at the other one.
We did look at the other one. I sent the specs. We actually met with both companies, again with Dan Mars and some of the other music staff, and went over each of these items actually in person. So yes, they know exactly what is in each one of them. We did talk with them. We did look at their products, and the Sound and Media is the one that they felt would be the best match for what we have going on. A big piece to the Sound and Media one also has a very simple user interface. So if we have a speaker come in to the auditorium, they literally can plug into a panel that we're adding, plug their computer device, whatever they may have, and they can have audio and video very simply and just adjust the volume and they're ready to go. Whereas now we almost have to have a music person come in and set it up for us to use it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to go with the recommendation of the staff who's going to be using it. So if they've looked at both systems carefully and they have chosen the Sound and Media Solutions, then overwhelmingly chosen that, then I think that's the one we need to go with.
Yeah, everyone in the meeting chose Sound and Media. There wasn't one dissenter.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think Arlen's point is pretty valid that we currently have Sound and Media down at the middle school. So
we do, yes.
Yeah, at the high school. So if we're Olympic at the middle school, we probably would have said go with Olympic here. So I'm just saying is I think with technology nowadays, plugging in, getting a speaker every now and then, if not as common as we have been going, but getting technology to integrate together is certainly a lot simpler now than it was when we installed this system back in 96 and 97. So I'm not totally sold that Olympic can't do the same as actually they're probably meeting what we want them to do, but just some little bit different equipment, it sounds like. So
I can't argue with Olympic could do the job. Yes, you're right. These are complex systems. They're not simple. 64 channels of input, things like that. There's a lot to these.
I think the continuity is huge for our kids who are working with these systems, going from the middle school to the high school. So not just the staff that's doing it, but also the kids, and being able to learn one system in middle school and continue with that in high school, that's a good thing.
Do the kids learn the system, or does the teachers and the instructors present the volume, the amps?
With the plays, the
Microphone.
kids do it. I have a student who does helps with tech for the plays. So I'm sure it's different for the concerts and things like that.
Right.
But
And this is a good point there, Jeff. The system is set up too, so that if we do have plays and such, Jeff said he has some funding that would work with this system. Should they ever start doing all the plays at the high school instead of down at the downtown at the Sheldon.
And how much, let's just talk about that for a second. Are the high school plays, and forgive me for not knowing this, the middle school plays, are they all held in the school buildings, or are they mostly, are they held at the Sheldon?
I believe Jeff did one this past, the last one at the high school, and he said he was able to pull it off. We didn't order anything extra for the plays and things like that because Jeff said at this point he is not certain whether they would be all in our buildings or if they would still be utilizing the Sheldon. So it didn't make sense to buy something we weren't certain we're going to use. And he said he did have funding to help out with that if we need to go that route.
My recollection is we used the high school one because of COVID. They didn't want to go into the middle school, or the Sheldon, the city wasn't allowing use of the building by the outside entities.
Yeah,
in previous years
correct.
before COVID, we'd use both. We'd use a little theater for like the one act play, and then the Sheldon for like the spring play. So, but with COVID, we switched that over to high school, and it worked better than we thought.
Do they charge for the Sheldon?
Oh yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah. Jackie has that information.
It's right around $7,000 a year for the musical.
A year?
A year.
Not for.
We only have the high school musical at the Sheldon. The rest are in-house.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yep, and all of the tech week before that, and at least a week of rehearsals down there.
Okay. Thank you.
I think,
Well, we're kind of split so far.
I think since Kevin has gone through the work of sharing this with the staff and the administrators, and they have looked at both of the options, because he did say, even though we have not seen both of the options, they have looked thoroughly at both of them. And overwhelmingly, everyone agrees with the sound and media solutions. I think it's our job to say, yes, you've done your job. You have made the decision. The price difference is not hugely significant. And if overwhelmingly it's a better product, then I think we need to go with it.
I'm not opposed to the sound and media solutions. I just still have not heard anybody say they investigated Olympic Communications to see if they can do everything we need.
Isn't that what Kevin said, though?
Yeah, I did say that, yes, we had them down. We had them face to face. We went through exactly what we wanted, how it was going to work. And in addition to that, each of the teachers, George, all those folks did get a copy of their proposal with actual items listed out item by item. So yes, both of them were looked at very closely.
So I'm looking at the last sentence, additional basic use controls were added so presenters can plug in their I assume that's computer or other devices, set volume and be ready to present. Is that only with sound and media solutions, or does Olympic Communications have that feature?
We can add that feature to Olympic Communications if we want. Even with sound and media, the original price that we got didn't include it, and with our meetings they asked me to include it. And after the last meeting that we had, we actually added some equipment and some functionality and an extra network line being pulled, for future use, which there's a value to that. And they actually dropped their price about $500 after meeting with the staff and hearing what they had to say. And they met all the additions that the staff wanted as well. So this is actually $500 lower than their original bid.
So would Olympic Communications be higher if they had all the features in it, or is that the price with all the features in it?
It would go up. It would go up slightly if we added that simple user interface.
And that's good to know that, but you're not comparing apples to apples. I'm trying to get a point across. If you're taking bids or quotes from somebody, you investigate all those that submit and give us the information. Don't have a preconceived picked out system and not tell us about the other one, pros and cons of it. That's not.
I did not have a preconceived. I couldn't care less which one it was. I was working with our staff to give them what's best for our staff and our students. That's what I'm presenting.
I've said enough. I'm not going to go any farther. I'm not opposed to the other one. I just trying to keep things on a fair way of bidding and quoting.
Okay, we'll bring it to the board for Sound and Media Solutions that, based upon what the recommendation is, we feel it's a better buy for overall system at the high school. All right, next item.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Easement, Mr. Gaylor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So just as you know, back in last year, we redid the parking lot at Sunnyside. Since then, a homeowner has reached out to us back in May and was asking for an easement. So I did a little investigating, asking him specifically what he was looking for an easement. So I'll get into that here in a little bit. I kind of want to share with you the property. I didn't take any pictures of it or anything, but it's on 1809 Spruce Drive. And that property has a garage on the back side of their property that has been facing Sunnyside School for many years. We own about 15 yards from the curb line to his property line. He has a fence around most of his yard, but the fence does not go past the garage doors. So there's the opening from the curb on our property to his garage doors. Some of you might be familiar with the property I'm talking about. If not, I can explain a little bit more. If you go down Spruce, you take a right on Southwood, and then you go down about a half a block and turn into Sunnyside. Right as you come in, it's the third house on the right as you come in.
I've seen that. That garage has been there for more than a few years.
So I really don't know the history of easements on that property. What he has, how he's been assessing it now. I can say it's not been a problem. For us, our grounds crew has not heard anything, or I haven't seen him, using it daily. So as I investigated a little bit further, asking him what he was really looking for, when we redid that curb property line there, his property is 46 yards long. This is all approximately within our property, within our school area. 22 yards of that are curb that we put in. And that curb, the 22 yards of that curb, is within the garage doors. So if he wanted to go straight in access to the garage doors, he would have to jump the curb. And then you have 24 yards of that with no curb. And when I mean by no curb is where we put the slanted. We didn't put a full curb in. And the reason we did that is for snow removal and plowing, so we can push it into that ponding basin area, which is further down the road a little bit, not much further. So his easement recommendation that he would like would be to us take that curb out of there and back it up and put more of a slant curb in there, which would cost a significant amount of money to do that. We just redid it all. We put two small pine trees in there, which are centered right in his garage area. They're about 10 yards apart from each other. So you could still get something in there with them small trees there. My recommendation would be, as we move further, the trees get bigger, we would actually trim the trees up. That wouldn't be an issue where the trees would overtake it. I'm just looking for, I'm not really recommending anything, but if you look at the property and you're only bringing in small things, I'll give you an idea. He said he primarily uses the shop for small projects and help people he knows with their vehicle. He works a lot. I won't say he's out and works a lot of hours, so he's not around a lot. He did say as of right now, he has to jump the curb, so a slanted curb would really mean a lot. If not, no biggie. So I think there's some recommendations of how we can work with him differently than, taking the curb out. One would be you could make little ramps or something, since he's using it so limited basis, to just go up over the curb, or he could go down a little ways, because like I said, there's 24 yards of no curb, and he could just come up there, not have to jump the curb, and then come back across our property to access that garage. I guess my big concern is no matter which way we go, we really need to be firm on the use. It's not going to become an everyday use because of kids, being there and pickup times. And I just easements are not easy. Once you give an easement, it can really cause problems. So this is more of trying to get your thoughts of how I should proceed with that.
Comments?
I definitely have lots of comments as usual. I don't understand why the garage was built that way in the first place, or just hearing the comments here. I want to make sure that if it was built that way, was there any kind of agreements made in the past for access to that garage? If there wasn't, I don't want to see our district spend 1 red cent on an easement for somebody to get in a property through our property and tying things up. If there's an issue to doing it and it wants to be, then I just formal proposals should be made with legal descriptions and everything else to come in front of us. And like you said, easements. Once you put an easement on, generally unless there's a time limit on it, they go in perpetuity for that property forever and ever and ever. I don't want to see us get tied up. If there's something that we can do easily to accommodate the person, maybe we can rent the rights to drive through that for $1 a year and have the ability to rescind it at any time. But I am not in favor of any easements without a thorough presentation, investigation on the whole system.
I agree with what Arlen said.
Yeah, we don't want to spend any money either. You're right. I think Arlen hit the nail on the head a little bit with maybe a financial agreement with them. That way you can rescind it, because once you say yay, you can say all you want. You can't come between 8:30, 8:15 and 9:15 because kids are in the school. Well, I got to come. Then all of a sudden they do. What do you do? So yeah, I think a little bit more research on it, and we're not going to take a curb out at our cost to help them. So
okay. I will say I dug around a little bit today, trying to find maybe if there was some easement. And I did go through some files, and I did find something from 1998. And I assume it doesn't say the property address, but I assume it is that address because it says who owns property adjacent to Sunnyside School to use the driveway and parking lot at Sunnyside School to obtain the rear property owned by the neighbor. So, and I don't want to go by that because, like I said, it's 1998. It's a whole different, I don't know. It looks like an older easement agreement. But moving forward, I could certainly share that with Karsten because it does say something in there pertaining to $1. Like
how long the person's owned that property too. He may not have been the original person that put up the garage.
If there's any easement on there, it should be in the legal description of his property. Otherwise, his property has no rights. On the other end, we have a school building there, and if there's any easements through our property, it should be recorded on our property there. And that should be available at the recorder's office if there are any previous agreements. Shouldn't be that hard to investigate that.
Good luck.
Well, I did talk to the city, and they do not deal with any easements on anybody's personal property. That's more of a county, I believe, issue, so I'd have to do that. So I'll dig into it a little bit more, but just wanted to bring it to your to you guys, just to let you know that's kind of what they were asking.
You're right. Easements doesn't mean easy. So thanks.
Okay.
Alan. All right.
Thank you.
Transportation. Thank you. Daily starting and ending times. Is that you, Sarah? Or who is that, Karsten? Karsten and Sarah.
Maybe I'll just briefly introduce Sarah. She is the lead person at the Center for Efficient School Operations, which does our routing. And so she does a lot of work with transportation contracts, routing the system, which determines our school starting and ending times. I will add that the starting and ending times that are included in the packet of information are truly a first rough draft. And Sarah, the building leaders, and I need to really refine that. So the gist for the meeting tonight is I want to find out if the board is supportive of having high school kids go first with elementary school kids going next. It's a big shift from where we are now. And so the times will adjust, depending on those conversations. But Sarah, could you talk about the contractual issues?
I can. So currently with our 1-tier system, we only have a 3-hour minimum during the day. So we get charged for our buses running per day 3 hours. So if we go to a 2-tier system, we wouldn't be able to keep our current first student contract. I mean, we'll pay dearly to run like that, because then we'll get paid, or we'll get charged for quarter hours like crazy. So we're still in the middle of a contract with First Student right now. So we've asked them to help us look at doing a 2-tier system by changing their current contract with us. And they were open to that, actually pretty fair with what they quoted too, or what they proposed. So that's where we have right now a proposal for a 4-hour contract with First Student to align with a 2-tier routing system.
And can you describe the financial implications?
What are you talking specifically about, Carson? I wanted to make sure I hit.
Yeah, you included your recommendation letter from earlier in June. So I just thought, just for the public to hear, the comments, as far as getting the 4-year or the 4-hour route max, but what percentage increase, each of the 3 years?
Yep. So our initial percentage increase for the first year going from this 1-tier to a 2-tier is basically 5%. It's like 5.1% for our increase. And that's from 3 hours to 4 hours. And we're reducing by 3 buses right off the bat. I mean, like Karsten said, it's pretty much a first draft right now until we put students on buses and get to actually route live students. But I think we have it in a pretty great spot. We get to kind of fine tune our timing and stuff though. So with that, the first year has that, what is a 5% increase numbers wise, but we reduce by at least $150,000 in buses, because we're reducing by 3 buses. And then they have in their proposal the next 2 years following. So it's a 3-year contract with a 2.5% increase for the following 2 years, which right now is a pretty good deal from what we're seeing with the unpredictable times. No one really knows. Most increases that I'm seeing right now that are out for RFP are 4%, 5%, 7%. That's what their years are. So to lock them in at 2.5% for 2 and 3 years out from now is probably a pretty good deal, especially with fuel and all those things being not predictable right now.
Sarah, I got a question here from your letter dated June 2nd to Superintendent Anderson. Just a little bit, we're talking percentages and then we switch to dollars. Proposal represented by first student increases our service time from a 3-hour to a 4-hour minimum per bus per day. This increase in time does increase our service rate the first year by over 5%. 5% of what? But we do have the option to lock the next year at 2.5% increase compared to what? For the next 2 years. By moving to a 2-tier system, the state district will be saving approximately $150,000, the immediate reduction of buses. That's telling me two different things in that paragraph. Are we saving $150,000 or are we increasing by 5% and then saving $150,000? I'm confused.
Correct. I mean, it's a good question. So when I say we're increasing by 5%, we're increasing our hourly rate per bus per day by 5%.
What's our hourly, what's our daily rate then going up from, I mean, how do we save 150,000 versus 5% increase?
We're at let me pull up your hourlies right now. So we're going to be at $361.92 for our 3-hour rate right now. And we're going to increase to $380.41 for our first year. But that's a 4-hour rate. So we have a whole nother hour of service in there per bus per day.
361 times 33 buses and 381 times 30 buses. I'm just using those numbers because it's 3 less buses. Am I?
Sure.
You understand my point? We're going by percentages and then we're talking dollars amounts, so there's nothing comparing one to the other.
Well, yeah, so we're increasing our hourly rate, but then we're cutting our buses. So if you get your bus rate and then we're cutting 3 buses.
I understand we're cutting 3 buses. Okay. Maybe I'm not making myself clear. So we're going basically $20 a day times 190 per bus, right? $20 a day per bus. We're increasing by 3 to 4 hours.
Correct. Well, it's $20 a day per bus.
Okay.
But we increase an hour, so we have another hour of service.
Right. So 20 times 30 is $600 a day times 170 is, come on, math people at the end of the table here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit quietly and let you figure that math out, Jackie.
What were the numbers? Oh, you already figured it out, of course.
So I didn't figure it out in that method. So our current budget for student transportation is about 2.4 million.
Okay.
Our current contract was set to increase by 2.75%, which brings us to a projected budget of about 2,456,744. That's what we have budgeted right now for next year, or projected budget for next year. If I take our current budget and I increase it by 5%, we're now at about 2,510,542. Subtract out the 3 routes, the 150,000, gets us to 2,360,542, which would save us 96,000 over the projected budget.
That's what I was looking for. Numbers compared
Thank
to percent.
goodness for Jackie.
Ask Sarah a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sarah, if we went to the 2-tier bus system, how many of those bus routes need to have 4 hours? Or would they only need 3.5 hours?
So they're gonna all need them, basically. So we have to be able to, I mean, it's a good question. We need them for the logistics, getting back out. So we're gonna have to split. They'll run shorter times to be able to get back in and out. But we might be able to utilize some of them at a 3.5 hour rate.
My point is it that bad? Really, we're $360 for 3 hours. We're $400, just over 400 if we have 4 quarter hours added to it. And we're at $380 for 4 hours if we do 4 hours, but if you're only doing 3.5 hours, the numbers are the same and there might be some savings the other way. That's your job, is to calculate how long these routes are supposed to be and how they work.
Right. We're running
Do we
60
need
minutes.
4 hours, or are we gonna pay them for 4 hours and the buses only run 3 or 3.5?
Well, you and I drove bus. Sometimes buses don't always run the full time because kids don't always ride.
Well, that's not gonna adjust to us. I don't think that's probably,
We're not, yeah, we never, Kenny Lee never figured it
base
out.
rate, I don't know, but,
So,
Yeah, and I think the one big difference between last year and this coming year is that we want to reduce the no bus zone to 1 mile
right.
for the elementary kids, and that kind of throws everything in flux. So, and it's the right thing to do, no doubt about it, but that's also a factor. If we weren't doing that, then I think your point is especially valid.
well,
We can do things in a shorter period of time.
I don't know when you put the route together, how long should the route take? Should it take 3.5 hours or should it take 4 hours? Are we looking at only a couple routes that should be 4 hours and 80% of them could be done in 3.5 hours? I don't know.
It's opposite that, Arlen. 80% of the routes are going to be 60 minutes each.
We have several routes that go over 4 hours.
Why don't you repeat what you said, Sarah, first?
Okay. So it's opposite what you're thinking. We have more than 80% of our routes that will be 60 minutes each tier. So it's 2 hours morning, 2 hours afternoon. And then there is a small handful that will be under 4 hours. And we'll probably utilize them just differently, doing a drop in for our trying to, like Karsten said, we're going to reduce our walk boundaries. So we can use our buses that are in town that get back to town faster to load up some of those kids, which allows us to reduce our walk boundaries.
And Sarah, I just pulled up the April transportation billing that has the daily route time. The majority of our routes right now are pushing 4.5, 5 hours.
Right. And so those are our COVID times. We're going to try to tighten that up.
Thank you. The other comment, it's a two-tiered comment. One is, I thought we had lots of studies that showed that academically high schoolers do better by coming to school later in the day. And I heard that we wanted, some of the reasons for this was because of our sports and activities in the afternoon conflicts. So are we putting our priorities on academics or on sports and activities? Everybody can decide that one way or another on that question. The other part is I'm fully behind the two-tier system and getting it going, because I absolutely want to make sure that we get that 1 mile walking zone in place. We had referendum promises that we had to sidestep last year because of COVID. We need to get that fixed and come back to our promises. And this is the only way I see it happening.
Yeah, this is actually, this is allowing more of our students to have access to a bus than what we would normally do too for K through 6.
I think, Ireland talked about that studies on kids sleeping in, which is out there. But we did we also, it's on academic and activities. It affects both by having a later time in school for the high school level kids. I think we talked about our agenda meeting was Superintendent Anderson said it kind of hit him alongside the head when the softball team had to get out early of school for a home softball match. Doesn't make sense. Usually your matches are enough time to get students through their school day to attend a home event or a home concert or something. So I get it. It's one way or the other. I mean, you're not going to please everybody by starting early. You're not going to please everybody by starting late. So, so my question is a two-tier. Will it work if we flip the grade levels around?
Yes.
All right.
We just need to know that sooner than later so we can start working through routing.
If I remember right, it's on tonight's agenda.
Yep.
So okay, anything more on this from anybody? from Sarah or Karsten or Jackie, Kevin or Alan?
Sarah, would you be available during the board meeting if we can't answer a question that may arise?
Yep, I can be available.
Sounds good. We'll send you an invite, and please do what you want to be doing, and then if we need you, then we'll call you in.
Sounds good.
Any other questions for Sarah before she gets off? Okay, any other
thank you, Sarah.
issues before this committee? Anything else? No? All right, we are adjourned at 5:39, and we'll start our hybrid meeting at 6 o'clock then for the school board. Thank you.
Thank
Roll call, we'll take roll call. Mr. Bryant,
Here.
Ms. Buck,
Here.
Mr. Derricks,
Here.
Ms. Ostendorf. Here. Ms. Tower,
Here.
Ms. Tift. Here. And Chair is here. All 7 members of the board are here along with Superintendent Anderson, and we have several guests. Welcome to you on the call this evening. We'll go ahead and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Bryant has agreed to read our mission statement this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. You see the meeting agenda in your packet. Do we have any changes or additions to make for the agenda?
No recommended changes for me.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead.
is now the time to say I want to pull something from the consent agenda?
No, we'll do that when the consent agenda comes.
Okay, so not beforehand.
No, we're the regular agenda. Do we have anything we want to change on this agenda?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the June 7th, 2021 school board meeting agenda.
I'll second.
And I got before you, Holly, sorry. Motion
That's
to
okay.
Jim, seconded by Anna. Any other discussion? All right, then we will start this time with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf. Aye. Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. Next on our agenda then is to conduct a public hearing and proposed closure of Jefferson School. I need a motion to open the public hearing. So moved.
Second.
All right, motion to open the meeting by Anna, seconded by Holly. I believe we take a roll call vote on that motion, and we'll start with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf. Aye. Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So we are now at 6:04, opened to our public hearing on the proposed closure of Jefferson School. Would you like to give any summary there, Superintendent Anderson, about?
Yes, I would. And I'll just briefly give an overview and then we'll open it up to the public. The purpose is to hear comments from the public, if there are any. And again, this past year we used Jefferson School for 1 year because of COVID. We needed extra space so we could have more elementary teachers, throughout the district to meet social distancing guidelines, as you know. Out of an abundance of caution, even though we had only planned on it opening 1 year, I thought it would be prudent to go through the closure process just to make sure that we've addressed any potential issues that might surface. And so that's why we're here tonight. We did publish a notice of the potential closing of Jefferson School on May 22nd and 29th in the Republican Eagle. So once again, tonight is to conduct a public hearing to hear what the community believes should happen with the school. As you may know, Jefferson School was built in 1916 and is currently one of 4 K-6 elementary schools in the district. Its address is 601 Buchanan Street. There are 4 reasons why the recommendation is being made to close Jefferson. First of all, we'd only reopened it for temporary reasons. Second, if we did keep the building open, it would cost about $200,000 to $300,000 per year out of the general fund, primarily for additional staff, but also for utilities and some other maintenance expenditures. As I'm sure all of you know, we recently reduced our general fund budget by $2.2 million. And so after making those reductions, if we wanted to keep it open, it would cost another $200,000 to $300,000 per year. There are some significant logistical issues with the building if it remains open. First of all, we'd have an extra building to share class sizes, and that means there would be a greater chance of having greater variations in class sizes between grades. Even having 3 elementary schools, we're going to have that issue. If we added 1 more, it's even a greater issue. We also have some concerns about our specialist teachers and other shared teachers. Once again, we're going to be sharing teachers between the 3 buildings, and if we kept Jefferson, it'd be a 4th. And that includes things like the Title I program, music, band, STEAM, art, and physical education would all be need to rotate between more buildings. Finally, Jefferson School is recommended for closure instead of one of the other elementary schools because it was intended to reopen just for 1 year. It's the smallest building. There is no operable kitchen, and it has the greatest short-term and long-term maintenance needs, including ADA compliance. So I wish I could be at the meeting tonight and say, let's keep Jefferson open. I really do. Last September, despite the tragedy of COVID, having that building open for students and staff was definitely a highlight for me, and I think for so many people on the board and in the community. So I wish I could say yes, but it just does not make sense at this time.
So at this time, I'll open it up to the public for comments. In the space here at the high school, we have no members of the public here to speak. Is there anybody on the call that would like to speak? Please put your name in the chat box so I can call on you. Is there any comments from the public on the closing of Jefferson School? Are there any comments from the public on the closing of Jefferson School? And finally, I'll ask one last time, is there any comments from anybody on this call that would like to speak about the closing of Jefferson School?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion made by Jim to close the public hearing. I will second. Jennifer will second it. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote to close the public meeting, starting with Ms. Ostendorf. Aye. Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the public meeting is closed at 6:10. All right, as always in our communications, we have referenced our educational plan in the packet. So I will call your attention to that. The next up item is recognitions and upcoming events. Does anybody have anything they'd like to share?
I have one.
Jennifer.
I would just like to thank Meg Hammer and the media staff for all of the work that they are currently in the midst of doing in collecting all of the Chromebooks and the technology and the books and everything that has been handed out for distance learning this year. She has done an amazing job as always, and she is always willing to give the credit to her staff, and I know that they work hard to in everything that's done with all the media center and all of our materials that the kids have. So thank you to Meg, and thank you to her entire staff.
Agreed. We are in the IMC right now, and it's filled with rows and rows of materials. So we know that there was a lot of work that went into keeping those organized and sorted. So thank you. Other recognitions or upcoming events? Mr. Derricks.
Well, I think it wouldn't hurt for us once again to recognize our graduates this year. It was a wonderful graduation ceremony outside. I've heard nothing but positive comments about being outdoors. One of the things that was stressed speaker after speaker is the resilience of our graduates going through this last trying year, and how true that is. But I also want to take the time here to recognize our entire school staff, the parents, and our community for the resilience they showed and going through this very difficult year to get to where we are today. I'm just so very thankful to everybody, and I'm sure the rest of you have strong feelings that we've done so much in such a short time, and I'm just really proud of everybody, our graduates, our staff, our community. Thank you.
Well stated, Arlen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Holly raised her hand too. Holly, thank you.
I was just going to say, it came to my attention tonight during personnel that Brent from Food Services has taken a position with the state, and it's the PPL or the PLP position. And I don't know if we ever congratulated him. If we did, I have COVID brain, but if we didn't, I would like to congratulate Brent on holding that position. He's a representative for food service people. He represents, what did he say? Did he say 3,000 people, Jennifer? Yes, throughout the state of Minnesota in the legislature and on Capitol Hill. And so from Red Wing, our very own person has been elevated to be a speaker and to hold space for the people that do all of the food work throughout the state. And so I think it's very cool. And I apologize, Brent, for not getting to you sooner. And congratulations. And thank you for representing us. Brent Lexfold, that is.
Yes, thank you, Holly. Well said. Yes, for sure. Kudos to Brent. Other public or recognitions and upcoming events.
You know, if I could just make one more recognition, Larry Lundblad, the interim director for Minnesota State College Southeast, is retiring a second time. He served as the interim director for somewhere between 2 and 3 years, and has just done outstanding work along with his staff there, kind of moving us forward, in our journey together. And he's always been so gracious to work with in terms of joint programming between the college and the high school, and I'll miss him dearly.
Thank you. Last call for any recognitions or upcoming events. All right, then we will move on to public comment. I have received one public comment that was requested that I read on their behalf. Does anybody else, did you get any public comments?
I did not.
And there's nobody here in the building. So this public comment is from Megla Hammer, who is the district media specialist. And she says, thank you, parents, students, all of the teachers, custodial staff, support staff, food services staff, community education staff, administration, school board, Red Wing Public Library, and the community of Red Wing for your support and patience as we have been distributing and collecting materials. Our district is fortunate to have such an amazing team of people making sure Red Wing Public School students have what is needed for student learning. As with any new process, there are things to reflect on so we know what is working and what is not. Day after day, I am so thankful for the core group of school library media tech assistants, technology, district regular education assistants, district office staff, and building and ground staff that consistently keeps the process flowing to make sure our learners have the curriculum and devices needed, even when we have speed bumps along the way. They all support each other and have come together as a community. As we have needed help from other parts of the district and community, it has been met with great support. I am so proud of our Red Wing Public Schools community and greater Red Wing community for all that is happening to strengthen learning for all students. And that's signed Magla Hammer, District Media Specialist.
Well said.
Yes, very nice.
For sure. All right, next on our agenda then is the return to school.
Yeah, I'll briefly go over the information in the packet here. First of all, in order to qualify for ESSER 3 funding, which is about $2.1 million for the school district, we need to follow a series of steps to obtain public comment and community engagement as we define our plans for the upcoming school year. So you can see some of the tentative deadlines I have in here. I'm going to post a document in English and Spanish on the website, hopefully tonight, if Jill Rivard is listening and is willing to stay up a little bit. And then we'll be sending out an email to parents requesting feedback about the plan within the next week or so. After we receive that public comment, then we'll post it on our website so that anyone can see, the kinds of comments that people are making for next year. The reason I'm kind of stressing this is that I had to start with a plan so that people would have something to provide feedback on. And I tried to be as careful as possible, or to create a balance in things for next year. But I want people to know that it's a first draft, and it will come to the school board, but we need to go through the public comment process and the community engagement process. So I would imagine in late July or August is when we'll formally adopt it, or at least consider it here at the board level. So I don't want to take power away from the board. That's not my intent. But in order to meet the timelines, we had to do it this way. Jackie had a webinar, I think May 26th or May 27th, when we learned all the steps that we had to take. And we have to do some work by June 19th. So that's why we're following that path. There's been a significant discussion at multiple meetings about face coverings and summer school guidance. So you can see some background information. Originally, the recommendation was to simply revoke policy 808 on face coverings, but I connected with administrators and the COVID response team, and we kind of came up with a compromise because many felt that it was going too far too quickly, especially since the kids in Kids Junction, the adults in Kids Junction, still need to wear masks because of state requirements, at least through June 30th. On July 1st, that's no longer true, but through June 30th, they're expected to wear face coverings. Because we have Summer Blast for elementary kids in the same building as Kids Junction, there are many kids who will be participating in both programs. The feeling from the administrative team and the COVID response team is that the kids in Summer Blast should wear face coverings here in June. So it'd be about 12 days worth of learning. And then everyone in that building, the Kids Junction people and the Summer Blast people would all have the same expectations. Obviously, we'll follow all state guidelines, including the requiring of students and adults who are involved in preschool to continue to wear face coverings until that requirement is null and void. There's still a requirement to have people wear face coverings in school vehicles. We're still encouraging other unvaccinated people to continue wearing masks while on school grounds or involved in a school activity during the summer. But it would not be a requirement. So again, if the board approves this, the significant difference between what's recommended here and just simply revoking the policy is that the kids and adults involved with Summer Blast would need to wear it for the 12 days. That's the significant difference, because everything else is tied to state requirements. So that's the recommendation.
Mr. Bryant
Thank
has
you,
his
Madam
hand
Chair.
raised.
This is while they're in the building, the rec, Kids Junction and Summer Blast outside, they're not required.
I believe that is true unless Don has a different interpretation based on childcare guidelines.
And on buses as well, in the building and on buses.
Yeah, oh yeah, good point, in buildings and on buses.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Derricks?
I've been one of the strongest proponents, I think, of wearing a mask in school and following our policies in the past as we move through this pandemic. We are approaching the time, in my opinion, where masking is not going to be required in probably any function, and it's a matter of timing of when this should all be taking place. I want to note that Friday night, I was in the school building. I put my mask on because I knew we had a policy to get my gown. I looked around, nobody was wearing their mask. And that's staff and various people in our district. After I got done with graduation, came in the building. We were getting the diploma straightened around for all the students. None of the students, the staff, I didn't see anybody wearing a mask out of those people. And I'm not going to complain about it because it was probably the right thing to do, but our policy is in place that says we have to wear a mask. So I'm totally in favor of revoking policy 808 or as much of it as we possibly can, as soon as we can. And I don't want to jeopardize our ESSER funding or anything like that if there are other restrictions, but I'm a little surprised. I thought we'd have more directive from our state on masking, or relaxing of masking. Now, I know the governor has stated that when we get 70% participation in the adults of at least one shot, he'll revoke it, or I believe it was July 1st. So we're following in that. So anything that we can do to remove the mask policy as much as we requirement as much as we possibly can, I'm all for tonight without getting us in any legal issues or funding issues.
Jackie, can you just comment? There are no restrictions to the money tied to masking. Is that correct?
In the required safe learning plan, there you need to mention masking, what your policy is on masking.
So we just have to mention it. We don't have to say we're
Correct.
requiring masking.
Yeah, and so in the learning plan that I'm going to post, again, this is a first draft.
Yeah.
I just indicated that we would require masks if required by the state. So, and of course, this is for next year, so we don't have to worry about summer school. It's next year's plan.
Okay.
So that's what I put down. And I had to do that for a lot of different things like quarantining and, a bunch of other things because, we just don't know what it's going to look like. And so we want to, keep our options open.
Sure.
Yeah, it just there's a number of points we have to hit in the safe learning plan, and one is what we will do with masking.
Yeah.
Okay. Shonda Jorgensen, who is on our COVID team, has put in the chat box that if students are outside, they do not need to wear masks. So thank you, Shonda, for that clarification. Anna, you're in the queue.
Yeah, so looking at what's in our packet and the recommendation, are you asking for all 5 of these things? So I'm just confused about revoking the policy, but then still basically having a policy. Like, should it be amend policy 808 or I don't know.
I think it would probably be easier just to revoke the face coverings policy entirely. So that's the first item.
Okay.
But then, if the board is agreeable to it, to, adopt the other 4 items there. So it's a little awkward, but I think it was an easier approach to address instead of trying to amend the policy, and there's so much verbiage and those kinds of things. So I kind of viewed it as a simpler way of doing it.
Okay. Then I will move to revoke policy 808, face coverings immediately, require students and adults involved with summer blast to wear face coverings if students and adults involved with Kids Junction are required by the state to wear them. Require students and adults involved with preschool to wear face coverings if required by the state. Require students and adults to wear face coverings in school vehicles if required by the state, and encourage other unvaccinated people to continue wearing masks while on school grounds or involved with a school activity during summer 2021.
I will second. Motion made by Anna, seconded by Jennifer. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf? Aye. Chair votes aye, so that motion passes 7-0. So because we revoked policy 808 effective immediately, voila.
That was the one I was gonna
Oh,
ask.
thank you.
We can see
Look at
each other's faces, lovely.
We look just a lot like Holly and Nikki right now.
Wonderful, thank you. The next piece of that, do we want to discuss the in-person board meetings?
Yeah, we've been conducting hybrid board and committee meetings since feels like forever, for about over a year. And there's been discussion about when to return to in-person only meetings. And so, during the agenda committee meeting, we talked about that and thought we would at least present to the board, the recommendation to conduct all board and committee meetings as in-person only meetings effective June 21st. I did not solicit feedback from individual board members. And so there may be, different perspectives and different needs that are out there. But I wanted to throw that recommendation on the table. We could either approve it or we could reject it or perhaps come up with a different date or some other variation of it. But thought that we could at least pursue it at this time.
And I think having a discussion prior to making a motion might be helpful, only because then it might get too complicated with amendments and friendly amendments. So let's open that up for discussion, and Arlen's got his hand raised.
Right. I'm okay with the June 21st date, but on the other end, with a little more continuity where the governor has, and what he's been stating with the July 1st type of date for several things to take place, I would also be receptive to considering a July 1st.
Well, that's a really great point, Arlen, because in July we have a little bit lighter schedule as well. So that might make a lot more sense. So I'm completely open to what the board wants as well. I do know City Hall has started meeting, or City Council started meeting in person today. No? Or a while ago, yeah.
I don't know.
I know it was this week. So.
I'm good with either.
Yeah.
Just feels good not having a mask on.
I know,
I'll
right?
tell you.
Nikki.
You look better too.
I think Holly has her hand raised.
Oh, just if for consistency's sake, Holly, just put your name in the. I actually have the queue up right here on my screen, and it's bigger than normal, so I can't always tell when your hand's raised. Sorry, I will call on Holly first, and then Nikki. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to see us stay with the current model until school starts. There are a lot of things that people have planned for, not planned for. Things will come up. And when school starts and we're hopefully back in full swing normal, that's when I think the board should be meeting in person. That's my take on this situation. I think the flexibility is still key. I think there's still a lot of people unvaccinated. I don't think a board member should necessarily have to be out of a meeting because somebody they may come in contact with may have COVID, so that they can attend the meeting in person just until the school year starts, when we have hopefully a little bit more idea of what's coming from India, and hopefully a little bit more idea of what's going to happen with our summer programming, especially kids in sports, running all over the place. So that's my thought, is that I would like us to go till at least the beginning of the school year.
Nikki.
I would agree with Holly because as far as I know, that's what we all discussed at that one meeting. And I had my mind. I have a kidney disease. I get probably one flare up a year. I've had 3 this year. You know why? Because the stress of this. It's opened up wounds. And as you could, well, none of you would ever imagine about the recent history of events with the 215 children found at the residential boarding school these are the things that I'm telling you all about that we're already traumatized before we even enter the school district. So I quit my job. I have to pick one or the other. I'm far more effective for fighting for people's rights than I am in those gardens because I can still go in those gardens. So that's me taking and planning, like what Holly said, and trying to fix and spread out my health so I'm not constantly having kidney issues because I'm stressed beyond max.
Other comments? Thank you, Nikki.
If I could, oh, here, let me put my name in.
Oh, go ahead.
One thing, and I'm not trying to steer the discussion, you know, as far as the date, but if you do choose to make a motion as far as starting when school starts, it'd be helpful for me if we could have a specific date so we don't have to decide later, was that the first teacher duty day or is it the first student day, that kind of thing. So, you know, it could be something like September 1st or, you know, just because it's the beginning of September, or effective, you know, Tuesday, September 7th, which would be our next board meeting in September. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Other comments?
Jim?
Mr. Bryant, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a good discussion to have. Prior to COVID, we never even had a conversation about going hybrid. We weren't even, you had to be in person or you were going to be absent. So boards and commissions and councils all have, over the years, functioned at an in-person status. And we're more productive time-wise and getting together, discussing things in person than through the hybrid approach. What day we start, fine. But we need to be in person. And not everybody likes to hear that, but that's the way we were before. That's the way other boards before us, boards will be after us, councils and all that. Can you always go back? Yes. But I think in the meantime, we need to go forward and function as a school board that we're all elected to be, meeting to do our responsibility. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Jennifer.
I would just say that I like the flexibility of the hybrid that we've been doing right now through the summer. I think that makes a lot of sense. Just for plans that possibly have already been made, you know, things that Nikki mentioned. I also think, you know, just because it's been done before doesn't mean it has to continue that same way. I think we can think about ways that this hybrid can bring in other people to our meetings that haven't had a chance to come to the meetings before, bring in other school board members, people from the community. So I don't think we need to be in a rush to go to full in-person at this point. And the start of the school year might be a good opportunity to do that.
Anybody else? Want to make sure we give everyone an opportunity to weigh in.
I'll
Yeah.
just follow. That's fine if you, but I think we do have to have a date if
Yeah.
we want to pick. If it's
Yes.
September 1, if it's 2025, whatever it is. But we have to pick a date so people know. So I'm fine with waiting through the summer, but we all, you know, I'll just be.
I think it's important that this is open to the public, so we still have an in-person meeting that people can attend. And that's an important piece that has been here.
Yes. Well, and the only other thing I would say is I don't know if we want to give ourselves some time for trial and error in terms of we haven't been meeting in person for a while. And for those of you who haven't been in this space yet, there is a little bit of a learning curve in terms of getting your computer on, because we do want to continue, I would imagine, being able to live stream these meetings. Would I be correct in saying that?
I guess we haven't talked about it, but you know, it would make sense to me.
Yes. So there is a little bit of a learning curve, and I don't know if we want to give ourselves like one meeting before school starts to kind of work out the kinks, or if that doesn't matter to anybody. But I see Arlen's in the queue. Anna, sorry, and then Arlen.
I'm fine with, any date. I think the flexibility is really nice, that I was able to be part of the workshop 2 weeks ago, even though I think I was in Virginia at the time. I don't remember. I did a lot of traveling. So, that's really nice. And if somebody has kind of planned on that, that would be, I think it does make sense, like Jennifer said, to keep it that way through the summer. Beyond that, I don't really have, strong feelings about when the date would be. But I just also wanted to weigh in that I think it is really good for us to be able to have the streaming option. I could see that not being as important for like workshops, but I think for the actual business meetings, I think it's really good. I think it's helped a lot of people be engaged and informed, and I would like to continue with that, even when we are all in person again. Figure out a way to make that still happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'll just say, you're absolutely right. I mean, we used to film it and then it was on delay.
Yeah.
But, I think that's a discussion since we found that streaming works.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be streamed while we're meeting in person when that decision's made. Yeah, I think that's a valid point to continue on, because there are more people, you think, out there viewing this meeting than.
Yeah, I'm always surprised because it pops up on my YouTube like the next day, and there'll be like 300 views, and I'm like, oh wow, like already. It's not even 24 hours.
Mr. Derricks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I'm flexible with everything, but I just want to point a couple things out. I find it challenging to do our current hybrid system where we're in person and distant. It's challenging for me to function this way. I thought it worked extremely well when we were totally distance meeting. I don't remember what the right term was. Our viewerships were astronomical at that time, but I don't believe it was really the right way to run a board. But I actually preferred that to this in-person uncertainty, who's here, who's there, and yeah, we are meeting. The system we're in right now, I think, is a result of the governor's orders, or somebody that allowed us to have our meetings hybrid and distance.
Correct.
Where before there was a way to do some things under certain circumstances and stuff. And I guess I am wondering if the governor will revoke that order anytime soon, and that would be the time for this to take place.
Yeah, my understanding is that that as soon as the emergency powers are lifted, that a lot of these allowances are no longer valid. So certainly if that happened, let's say July 10th, then we may need to come back in person regardless of what the board decides.
With what you said there, and my thoughts on the governor may have some other stuff, I'm totally supportive of us continuing the hybrid system that we're currently using for a period of time, but I do think we got to seriously look at getting there sometime this year. Mm-hmm. But I don't think there's any rush to do it today or tomorrow. Yeah. So thank you.
Holly.
Yes, thank you. Pam, I liked your thoughts around getting us prepared in advance of a, back to school meeting. I imagine we'll be making, am I on echo?
No, we got you a little bit loud in here.
Okay. I hear myself twice. It's enough. We had so many decisions we had to make last year going into school. Like August was one of the most insane months for a school board. I wasn't on a school board 20 years ago, but I imagine last August was crazier than ever. So maybe we should look at mid-August to get ourselves acclimated with back as we move into the school year and get this online streaming thing figured out, give technology a chance to get everything figured out. Spacing, we have 20 people on the call right now. it's hard for me not to propose streaming, like Anna said. So, and like Jim agreed to. So I just think that your idea of getting us prepared in advance makes some sense. And I'd be willing to go into mid-August. I'm still extremely worried about what's coming out of the other countries right now. And it's going to be a matter of time before it comes here. And some people don't get scared about those things. Some people, don't even think it's still real. That's okay. I'm going to follow science. And what science tells me is that we're not out of the woods just yet.
We have 2 meetings scheduled in August, the 2nd and the 16th. And then we have a workshop on the 23rd. So maybe one of
Let's do
the 16th or the 23rd.
I just do the 16th. That way, that's a regular school board meeting. Then we can fine tune it if we need that for the workshop and hit the road running in September 7th.
Do we have to decide on the committee meetings as well? Because I'm just thinking some of those are, smaller and involve different groups of people that, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's okay to get that.
when we decided on having the board, participate in hybrid meetings, I took that as direction to include committee meetings. We don't have to, so I'm assuming that whatever we do for the board, the committees will do the same unless the board decides otherwise.
It might make it cleaner if it's the same, then we're not trying to figure out 2 different dates. Should I go in person? Should I dial in? I'm not sure. So it might make more sense to have one date for both.
I'm sure with the dialogue we had tonight, which has been excellent, I think it's been very good by everybody weighing in, that we pick August 16th as our first in-person board meeting, and with live streaming, and figure it out and stumble through it before we get into the school year in September.
Motion made by Jim. Do I have a second?
That was a motion?
That was a motion. Well,
I
don't
didn't
ask
hear
me
a
to
motion.
repeat it.
Second.
Is that you?
That's Holly second.
Holly, second. Any other discussion?
Just for clarity, would you include the committee meeting that evening, or would you start with board meeting?
Committee meeting, because that's 4:45, because they can't get from the committee meeting to here, or to wherever the meeting is. I don't know where those meetings are.
All right.
Ollie, you're okay with that too, or?
Yeah, I'll have to, no, I am on that day. I am, yes.
Okay.
But in the future, I'll have to switch it probably because I'm not getting out that early, Jim.
Jim, can I just clarify the motion for minutes?
Yeah, speak up a little bit,
Is it okay I just want to clarify the motion. Is that all right?
please.
To conduct all board and committee meetings as in-person only meetings effective August 16th, 2021. Is there anything else?
That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. So motion by Jim, seconded by Holly. We'll go ahead and take a roll call
About
vote.
some discussion.
She asked.
I asked for discussion. Any other discussion?
After a motion, you have discussion.
Yep. I asked for.
Thank you. May I?
Any other discussion? Yes, Arlen.
Jim kind of beat me to it with the motion there. I was going to make a suggestion that maybe we wait till our July meeting to see what transpires between the governor and everything else. Continue what we're doing now and bring a discussion back on July 17th. But that's just me. You got a motion, you got to follow through with the motion. Either go or don't.
Well,
We can
and if we
always
get more
change.
direction.
Get out, yeah.
We can always
Motion can be always changed, but by the motion and second, or if we have further, better information as we go forward.
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote then, starting in-person meetings August 16th, including committee meetings. We'll start that roll call vote with Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
Ms. Buck,
Hi.
Mr. Derricks,
No.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
chair votes aye. That passes 6-1. Wonderful discussion, everyone. Thank you for your input. Mr. Nemenich, you are up next on our agenda for the REACH program.
Good evening. I just wanted to say a few things about REACH. I know many of you are familiar with the program, but I'll just give you a little background. REACH stands for Relationships, Education, Accountability, Character, and Hard Work. We've had this program in place for the last 2 years. It's serviced between 60 and 80 students per year who have struggled academically and emotionally in the educational setting. As many of you know, there is with this program, it's not just academic guidance, but also there's a social and emotional component to it as well. It is a regularly scheduled class that students attend in their schedule. And it's been headed up by Ms. Patty Stahl, who has, unfortunately, due to reductions, she's no longer going to be with us, but that does not mean we're going to not have the program. We want to continue it. It's been successful. We know that there are a lot of parents that have appreciated what the program has brought for their children. So we want to continue this program, and we want to enhance it a bit. And we were actually going to do this regardless of personnel. We were looking at adding a component to the program for this coming year by enhancing it with credit recovery as well, because many of these students who are in this program are behind in credits, and probably even more so now due to the kind of year we've had. So what we're hoping to do is kind of meld REACH with what we call our Success Lab. And the Success Lab essentially is a credit recovery class that we have offered over the past 2 years as well, if it works into a student's schedule. And then we want to kind of meld that, like I said, as part of the REACH program. So that will be a component of the REACH program, as well as academic guidance and the social emotional learning that they were doing as well. The position will be at a 0.6, and which is what we had this past year. We're hoping to grow it back eventually to a 1.0. And we envision this as an opportunity to create, hopefully, a school within a school that could offer alternative programming for our students who struggle with traditional forms of secondary ed. So that's kind of the REACH program as it stands right now. And I don't know if anybody has any questions about it. I'm certainly happy to answer any.
Holly.
George, did you keep data on the success rate of REACH this past 2 years?
Yes, we have kept data, and what we see is our students have shown success with the particularly when they're in REACH, their success with classes that they're taking at the moment is much greater than if they're not in REACH. So we see it as a very successful intervention in our building, and a key intervention actually, because we're trying to develop more, but this is one of the bigger ones that we have.
Okay, so I'm going to follow that question up with an observation or a wondering. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering why that position was cut instead of the sub position that you just mentioned to us in the personnel committee, and taking that money for the sub position. Why didn't that go towards the REACH position if you have indeed seen data and results with the program being fully staffed at 0.6 instead of the request that you're asking for? That's my wondering. And I'm wondering if you could have a conversation with Karsten about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if I think the reduction that I was referring to though is really that had more to do with not so much the position. We're still having the REACH program as it exists. So that's not really a reduction. But we can talk about that, surely. But it's not really, I wouldn't call this a reduction. It's basically staying the same as it was this past school year.
Without a staff person running it.
We do have a staff that we're going to have running it. Yes.
You're going to be replacing it with a teacher?
Yes.
So that position then wasn't cut.
The staff person who was running it was cut, but we are going to have the program continue with a different staff member, correct?
Yes, more chatting with Karsten, I think, would help me understand that more.
Okay. Yeah, it's just basically what we're doing is we're maintaining REACH. We just wanted to make sure that we could staff it. We staff it with somebody different than who we had in place before.
Anything else? Well, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just thinking. I was thinking in a weird face.
All right. Nikki's in the queue.
I was wondering at what grades this was available for.
So REACH has been available to 9-12, but it's we've talked about doing it 8 with our 7 and 8 as well. That's part of the talk about possibly expanding it. But at this point, we've basically kept it to a 9-12 because of the credit aspect of it. The credit bearing aspect. So.
And I forgot the second question. So I'll circle back if I remember.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Superintendent Anderson.
Yeah, I'll further answer Holly's question. I think part of the reason that this position was reduced instead of the permanent sub position is that each level of grades, so for example, elementary grades and high school grades, were given a budget target as far as positions and including teaching positions. That fact, along with the conversion from a block system to a 7-period day, you kind of put it all together, and that's why there ended up to be a reduction in the REACH teacher, and then. Principal Limonich has been, kind of reorganizing who does what within the high school. So I don't know if that just made it more complicated or not, but it's all mixed into those decisions.
Nikki.
Sorry, I remembered my question. First of all, I want to say I really, really like this. I think this is a great idea. And I like the merging of the Success Lab as well. Being a student that struggled, this probably could have been incredibly beneficial to me in school. But also I would like to see something maybe with trauma training with this, because emotional is different than trauma. Our emotional reacts to trauma sometimes. So in order to understand trauma, I'd like to see that component too, maybe in the future or something, or how it can see how it can be worked in somehow with the emotional development.
Yes, I would agree with you, Nikki. I think that's again, those are things that we'd like to add to this program. And like I said, we see this as something that will grow. I mean, obviously we're in a time, as everybody knows, where we've had to reduce, so money's a little tight, but when we get the opportunity, we'd like to enhance this program because it does have a real positive impact on our students. And as you said, I think that part of it as well. That the trauma and the trauma training would be great, and I think we need to focus in on that as well.
Well, and I think if I remember correctly, the REACH program was a part of the overall plan for addressing the social and emotional needs of our high school students. And so this is one program that was developed in the same timing as our PBIS coaches. And I'm really happy to hear that there's been some great success there. I don't think that we should be losing this program because it is part of our referendum promises to our community. So Jennifer, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the ESSER funds could be used in short term for a program like this.
In order to use the ESSER 3 funds, we have to follow those steps that were in the return to school item. So this would have to come up as one of the needs in the needs analysis piece.
So I think the short answer is yes, but we have to go through a series of steps first.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Nemenich before we move on? We absolutely appreciate those programs and we appreciate the updates. So thank you for joining us tonight.
You bet. Thank you.
Yep. All right, next on the agenda is an update on Summer Blast programming. And I believe we have Kayla on the phone who's going to give us an update.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. Karsten asked me to just give a kind of a brief overview of Summer Blast. So I think in your agenda packet you have the same information, so I'm not going to read it word for word, but I will explain it a little bit more. Summer Blast is our targeted services programming. Myself, Carly from Sunnyside, and then Bobby Selesky at Twin Bluff are kind of spearheading the summer programming as kind of part of our summer responsibilities. So in a typical year, we have, as you can see there, a variety of programs that happen all summer long. These programs range for age groups and age programs like Burnside Explorers, which is really targeted at literacy, to our Jumpstart program, which goes all the way up into the middle school level. And then we've had the last couple of years the opportunity to partner with community members and run our Summer Blast program out of Pepinwoods community. So that's kind of a rundown of all the things that in a typical summer our kids have going on in just the targeted services alone. With COVID and some changes in what the MDE would like us to focus on, we are changing that up just a little bit. So Lisa, if you want to go to the next slide, that would be great. Here you can see what we've got going on for this summer is taking all of those programs and really kind of combined them to be a little bit more strategic in the services that we're providing. And so we've got 2 sessions of Summer Blast, 12 days each. The first session actually starting on Monday, running through July 1st, and then a second session in July. That second session would typically be what our normal 3-week Jumpstart would be. And then we've incorporated extended school year. So this is services for students that receive special education supports. And rather than running just alongside us this year, they are within our entire targeted services programming, while still allowing for some center-based pull-out services and push-in services. And then on top of that, some compensatory services for special education. So we're taking all of those things and really combining it into one. Ultimately, targeted services really aims at targeting and combating that summer slide that many students experience in the regression of their skills. And this year, MDE has really pushed us to focus on engagement, which we do every single year. But really, that is our number one push this year, while incorporating the components that we always do, combating the summer slide, helping our students grow as readers, writers, mathematicians, and overall learners, and then also incorporating some strategic social emotional learning within the program. So I just to provide you a little bit of a framework. These are really the components that our students experience within the day. So every single day, our classes start off with a morning meeting. We call it a campfire. It's a camping theme. And that's really to build our communities, similar to the responsive classroom strategies that our teachers use in a typical school year. Then we use what is called the Scholastic Lit Camp curriculum for literacy to help with reading and writing. We also have a designated half-hour block of time within their classrooms for exploration of STEAM and STEM. And this year, we're really excited to be able to also offer a rotation, some social emotional learning provided by our school counselors, Phi-Ed, and then another STEM time with some really great engaging hands-on activities for students. And then we're also still partnering with some of our community organizations to provide other exploration opportunities for students. And then the other great thing this year is we have partnered with Terry and Transportation in order to provide 3 different routes in order to allow a little more accessibility to programming. Most years we're not able to afford the transportation a lot of the times, and the city busing isn't always the most reliable for our students to get to and from programming. So this year we've been able to go and offer different stops throughout our community for students that are outside of the walk zone to Twin Bluff. And then I had mentioned the Lit Camp curriculum that we use. And really what it does is it encompasses these 7 strengths that are considered to help students become engaged learners and re-engage with reading and writing, math, just overall learning. And these strengths are not only found in the activities that students are doing or the STEM that the teachers are putting together for activities, but also in their read alouds and the daily lessons that are happening within the Lit Camp materials. And then our numbers. I know that's a big question for what people are wondering about. So Lisa, you can go to the next slide if you would, please. Currently, we are at 16 bunks or 16 classes. We're operating at about 1.5 times what we normally would for our Jumpstart program. Those are kind of we have 3 sections of red, 4 of orange. Those are just the group numbers, but we're averaging about a 17-to-1 ratio. And we've been fortunate enough to be fully staffed thanks to some amazing teachers, and then also have had the opportunity to hire some support staff to allow our groups to be just a little larger than what we normally would, to try to really scoop as many kids as we can. We do have a waiting list right now for both sessions just because we are at max capacity. And then I just wanted to share with you just a sample of what a day would look like. We run 9 to 12:30. We are able to provide a free breakfast and lunch, which is exciting for our students. They have about 90 minutes of literacy and other activities that are around those 7 strengths, a half hour of STEM in their classroom, a lunchtime, and then another specials rotation, a little bit of independent reading, and then that closing circle to just bring everybody back together. So in a really quick nutshell, that is our Summer Blast, and we are super excited about it. And I have Carly on the call here too. If we've got any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
You know, until somebody asks a question, Kayla, I just want to thank you and Carly and others for all the work setting this up. You know, you make it sound so easy with a short presentation, but I know the struggles that you and the administrators had developing the program, looking at funding, and making things happen, especially finding staff members. So thank you for your work. I think it's gonna help with the learning loss that we've experienced.
I see Holly in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Kayla, it looks really fun. And if I was a kid, I'd be so excited to get to go to Summer Blast with s'mores, hopefully. I'm hoping there might be a marshmallow. The second question I have is, I missed this first part. Is it K4?
It's Future First to Future 6.
Awesome. Okay, so what about Future 7 to Future 12? And I'll let Karsten answer that because I'm sure that's not your domain, or do you know?
So 7th and 8th grade still does part of the targeted services, but beyond that, it's credit recovery. So they are different programming. Similarly to why we can't do incoming kindergarten, targeted services doesn't cover that for us.
Okay. Well, it looks great. So thank you.
Nikki.
I don't so much have a question, but more or less a comment. This was kind of like my, second question, but I didn't want to be too hoggy and jump ahead on the last one about the social and emotional development with, it was just presented to us for maybe they're going to extend it to the 7 to 12. But in my mind, I'm thinking the whole time, what do we have for our little ones? And when you came and presented this, I feel like I could breathe, because just like Holly said, this looks so wonderful. And when we start focusing on that social and emotional aspect, do you know, I can only speak on behalf of ADHD because that's what I went through. Even today, the frustrations of not being able to and whatnot, but focusing so much first on that social and emotional, because when you lose your children socially and emotionally, you can't teach them. They're gone. And now you have to kind of, in the schools, you have to kind of keep these kids from bouncing around and then like acting out. That's where fighting comes from. That's where emotional outbursts come from, is from frustration of not being able to express those feelings. And I think this is amazing. And I can tell your passion, Kayla, because you made sure that you hit every point that was maybe a concern for any family. And thank you for all this. This really warms my heart.
Well said, Nikki. Thanks. Arlen.
Thank you. Just an observation here, and I don't want to. I think this Summer Blast is awesome. I think the REACH program is awesome. I see Summer Blast does have targeted services, grades 7, 8, but we hit on that a little bit. But it seems like we have a program in place for grades 9 through 12 with REACH, and we got Summer Blast, which focuses for the majority of it on going through grades through grade 6. And with our move of students to the high school, 8th graders or 7th graders to high school, I get this feeling, and I might be all wrong, but we're missing an area to focus on in grades 7 and 8. It just seems like there should be more for them, and it's not reflecting on this program. It's just, where are they falling through the cracks at that age, those grades? So just my observation. Thank you.
I do believe that they have a Jumpstart program for 7th and 8th grade. Robin Pagel kind of heads that up, but I can't speak to what it encompasses or looks like.
That's here. It says 2 weeks, June 2 weeks, Jumpstart 7, 8 targeted service.
And then I'll just add that during the school year, we do have a teacher used to be assigned to Twin Bluff Middle School, so it's grades 5 through 7. Because of the K-6, 7, 12 model, it's kind of been, changed. But in a typical year, we do have some support during the typical instructional day. We'd like to expand it, to involve more kids, though.
Any other comments or questions? All right, Carly, you're in there.
Yeah, we just really want to extend thanks to all the people who have taken part of their summer to work this program. Our teachers and our paras are tired. They have worked for the last, month, year and a half. It's been upside down, and that's why our confirmations for student enrollment in classes has been delayed, but it's because we were trying to find teachers, and we've been asking, and people have, thought about it and weighed their family life and been back and forth. And so we are very grateful that people have put, Red Wing Public Schools children's education as a priority still through the summer, even though they're tired. So, we have been fist pumping and celebrating every time somebody says yes, that they will be a part of this program. So I just wanted to throw that out there at the end, that there are a lot of people out there making this happen for the Little Wingers. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I'll just echo that. We certainly need our village, and we appreciate everybody who's been able to step forward and be a part of this program and all the summer programming, because our kids need us. And so thank you for that extra time and effort. Any last comments about our Summer Blast program?
Just thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is school board reports. I'm going down the list. I see Finance Committee at the top of the list. Any updates from Finance Committee?
Yes, money, money, money. But we have big decisions to make about finalizing or about approving the final budget going into the new fiscal year, which will be July 1st. So I know that at the agenda committee, you talked a little bit about the workshop day. Was it June 24th?
June 28th.
June 28th, possibly having a finance decision board meeting on that same day, depending on what the state comes back with in terms of their sessions. Because they left, correct, Jackie? They left without a decision on the budget, and they have to come back, I think, is it the 14th?
That's the tentative plan right now, yes.
The state has to come back and they have to make a decision about the budget. And once they can make a decision about the budget, then we'll know for sure our numbers. Then we can finalize our budget. But we really can't do that until the state does their job. And what I mean is the legislature. They have to finalize their budget. So that puts us in a time crunch. Jim, you want to add anything?
No, you're right. I think we talked at the Finance Committee about asking and looking at a special meeting probably on the fourth Monday to give them, if the legislature meets on the 14th, which is like Jackie said, the tentative date, gives us 6, 7, 8, 10 days to iron out whatever they decide, so we can plug those numbers in to have a meeting. Because we have to finalize our budget, as you mentioned there, Holly, for that next fiscal year, and we have to do that no later than, well, the 28th will be the last time we meet.
Yeah. We'd like to get it wrapped up before the new fiscal year starts.
We have to.
We have to. Oh, yes, we have to.
We must.
We must.
You can skip me, Ben, because I was going to emphasize that point.
That was
we
my
will have
comment
to
too,
do that.
is whether they're done or not, we have to approve a budget by June 30th.
Yep, and I see you, Arlen.
Yeah, I just put this question out. Can we approve a budget, maybe even at our next June meeting, and then revise it after July 1st, rather than waiting for these numbers? Because in the end, it's going to be hodgepodge trying to put it together and make it fit to what they do. I say the legislature is us. But when our legislature comes up and this is what the final numbers are, we're either going to have more money, less money, or the same amount of money. But at the same time, we can't be holding up our entire planning for the next school year. We're just going to have to buck it up and say we're going to do this regardless of where those fundings are. So I'd be supportive of approving a budget at our next meeting and revising it later if we have to.
What are we approving later tonight? Not approving or approving? What are we putting up?
Current budget.
The current revised budget with the ESSER 2 funds.
That would be for the fiscal year that ends this June 30th.
Okay. So Arlen, I didn't think of that. I don't know what Jackie and Jim think, or Karsten.
I just soon wait to have the best numbers we can to make an informed budget on the 28th, like we talked about, because we don't know if the state's going to give us 0, 1, or 2%. That's a big difference as we go forward. Every budget can be revised. If we don't, then we'll go back to Plan B. We'll have to just approve something. But,
And I know Jackie has a very nice, quick system in place. She's got it all the scenarios up. right, Jackie? And I just say that because I know you do. You're good at it.
Well, and June 28th is already a date that we're meeting as a school board for a workshop evening. So we would just hold a special meeting prior to that workshop or replace the workshop with a special meeting. So we're not asking for another night or another time. It's
Correct.
important piece. So
And technically, that's our finance committee date, is the last Monday in June. So we should know what we know for that night.
That's a lot of no's.
We should know, Jim. I mean, there's 3 of us, you, me, and Jackie. No.
No, you know.
4 no's.
When you know.
all good. Well, that'll be
Right.
and more to come on that. Operations Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things we talked about today will be later on the business items. But the only other thing we talked about was a request by somebody for an easement at one of our schools. And Mr. Gaylor is exploring that even more to come back at a later time to the committee to decide what, if anything, we want to do.
Okay.
Arlen or Jennifer, anything more?
Okay, I think we'll tackle that the rest of the meeting.
Personnel met this evening. Holly, can I defer to you for an update there?
Yes. Personnel met. We talked with Principal Nemenich at the high school about a position for support with what did they call that position, Carson? Security, safety
coordinator.
School safety coordinator. No final decision around that was made, but we just talked about it. And then we talked about the new early childhood director through community ed and what that all entails, and securing that position through Red Wing Public Schools, no longer GCED. And we talked a lot about a communications director, or not director, sorry, a communications person for the school district in a more formalized capacity, somebody to generate consistency and a clear message about all of the wonderful things that continue to happen in Red Wing Public Schools, and kind of as a person who can monitor when things might go wrong, where there might be a communication out there that some people don't like, and then it gets all over the place. Somebody who can help Karsten and the board with a formalized message around situations that we can't give all the details to, but we can give some details to. And then as we look at opening a charter school here in the city, and we look at this online school, we look at potentially losing kids. And we have to be proactive in that measure, moving forward with how do we communicate again to the community and outside that we are where you want to go. We have summer blast, things like that. So, and then the last thing was, and that's not formalized or anything, there's going to be more research on that. The only one that was formalized was the GCED position moving over to the Red Wing position as far as the early childhood and the special ed. And then we talked about a position for food services. Brent Lexfold is now being asked to take on another piece from the state around the free and reduced and different points about how kids access food, with what kind of dollars, with what kind of funding. And so that's a huge piece to his job responsibilities that he already has. And he's been functioning without any clerical staff or any assistant this whole time that he's been running our food service, and done an amazing job. So one could say, well, then why does he need it? He's done such a great job. But somebody else could say, do we really want to keep burning out our employees when they ask for help? And so I'm going to lean towards, he doesn't ask for much, and he has put this position out there. He would like us to secure the contract with the cooks prior to any more discussion around that, but he just wanted to give us the heads up that this is potentially coming, and somebody to help with concessions and just the ordering, all kinds of things, taking some of the stress off of the cooks who do a lot of the ordering so that their job can be more with the community of the kids instead of stressed about what they need to order. So that was personnel.
So there's a lot of to be continueds on that.
3 out of 4.
Yes, yes. Legislative and policy. Any updates there, Mr. Dax?
I'm not sure what we did at the last meeting here. We met on May 17th. We talked about a non-discrimination statement that will be coming before the full board for review. I'm not sure, is that tonight? And then talked about data sharing procedures. And we'll be getting the second draft of June 21st committee meeting. We're waiting for some other policy changes to come for suggestions from Minnesota School Board Association. And then some other policy change recommendation would be policy 503 student attendance and policy 613 graduation requirements. And the graduation requirements are going to have to be adjusted because of assuming a high school 7-period day. And I think that pretty much covers bases of that meeting.
Wonderful. With negotiations, I can tell you we haven't moved on any of that right now. We're still, it's a waiting game with the numbers and where we're headed with that. So more to come. Any other meetings that anyone would like to share?
I can.
Anna?
So the community ed met, but even, and the minutes for that are included in the packet, but a couple additional things kind of since the meeting. Kids Junction currently has 200 students enrolled and they're fully staffed, and they're excited to be offering field trips again this summer because they weren't able to do any of that last summer with COVID. The Red Wing Water Park will open Wednesday, June 9th at noon. Aqua exercise, lap swim, and swimming lessons are offered at the pool in the morning. And the pool is fully staffed and they have been having lifeguard trainings. The natural playground is being installed at Twin Bluff, and I believe there's some more information in the packet about that with when that kind of the big grand reveal. Driver's ed, the Park Naturalist program, youth and adult classes and camps, as well as adult basic education programs are filling up quickly, and the staff at Community Ed and Recreation are looking forward to a very busy and enjoyable summer.
A lot different than the last year.
Yes, much different, fortunately. And then the equity team may meet during the summer, but that's still kind of a to be determined. But for sure, we'll start up again with the school year.
Thanks, Anna. Anybody else?
The curriculum instruction and assessment committee met for a very short time, but it's kind of fun. Just shared with us that they're working on creating elementary classroom book sets. Oftentimes our teachers are the ones that go out and purchase those books to have in their classroom. But it's nice to see that the district is focusing on that as part of the curriculum and really focusing on diversity and inclusion and making sure that those book sets represent our students and the world beyond Red Wing. So that was exciting. They're doing that K through 6, and then also looking at the high school course book sets to make sure that the books that we're offering in each of our courses also focus on our population and students learning about more diversity and inclusion for our students in their classes, instead of always going back to those same books that we've taught for years. So that was kind of fun to be able to see the book list and learn more about all of the new books that actually Megla Hammer spent a lot of time finding for us.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? All right, then we will move on to administrative reports.
All right, the full report's included on the website. I'm just going to highlight a
few things. First of all, as you may have heard, there was a moment of silence 1 year after George Floyd's death. And so received some feedback, some positive, some negative about conducting that moment of silence. You can see the message that I sent to teachers at the elementary level, including a statement that most of those teachers, read to students. So I just wanted to be upfront that there were concerns raised, and this is the information that was sent. I think learning from that, there were two important points that we can discuss later. First, the appropriateness of conducting moments of silence. When would we do it and when wouldn't we do it? I think that's a legitimate question. And then also, if we are doing it, how would we or should we provide advance notices to parents? Because there were several parents who expressed, if they would have known that we were going to do a moment of silence, they would have excused their child from, that period of time. So those are the two discussion points. And, we have a long agenda already, but, I think we should probably visit that in the near future. By the way, it was really impossible for us to give an advance warning to parents this time because the Minnesota Department of Education relayed Governor Walz's request. I think it was sent shortly before midnight. I didn't see it until the morning. Of course, principals saw it, at about that time. And then the request was to do something at 1 o'clock. So that's as far as a parent notification. But we have some things to look at there. Also, of course, the same day, we had a precautionary lockdown at the elementary schools. I received a lot of feedback about that. And you can see the message that I sent out to parents there. Again, a reminder that, there was no, or our students were not in danger and no threats were made. But I did try to explain, some of the reasons why we would still have a precautionary lockdown when I responded to the paper, afterwards. And there's some legit reasons. For example, if I or we don't know enough information about something, sometimes it's appropriate to go into lockdown until you get more information. There could be concerns about, student or adult's behavior or potential behavior. I mean, that's another reason. Again, you're waiting for more information, to make decisions. And I gave, I think, 2 or 3 other reasons to the Republican Eagle. So anyway, I'm sorry that, parents, I think, were really concerned and frustrated because they didn't know what was going on. All of a sudden they hear a lockdown and what's going on and why you have a lockdown if kids aren't threatened, that kind of thing. So again, lessons learned from that. You can, first of all, I mistakenly forgot to include the Spanish translation of the message. I always try to make that a high priority, but I was going like this and I inadvertently forgot to do that. Probably the biggest thing in this case is I think the administrative team should look at considering changing some of the terminology we use during crisis situations. So, I think I know as a parent, if I heard there was a lockdown, regardless of the adjective preceding it, if it's precautionary or something else, I'm going to have a certain image in my mind about, the safety of my kids. So I think it's important for me or for us to come up with some different terminology to better describe what's going on. And so anyway, I have some ideas on what we can do with that. And we'll try to include that in some of our crisis management documents. And then also, I think, again, we can discuss later about what information to provide parents. Usually it's good to provide as much detailed information as possible. For example, a couple of years ago, there was an incident where there was a student who posted a threat, essentially, on social media. And so I think it's important to just share that, so people know what's going on. In this case, I did not feel comfortable sharing any additional specific information, just because I, want to follow some, privacy expectations too. So Everything was fine. Students were not in danger. There was no threat, to anyone. It turned out to be satisfactory in terms of safety of our kids. The other point that I'll highlight, well, 2 more points. First, homecoming 2021 will be held September 13th through 17th. It's early, but Paul Hartman has assured me that student council will be ready. The athletic teams are going to be ready. So that's homecoming for next year. And then also I did include future workshop topics, labor negotiations and initial budget. We've already talked about here in June. And then one thing I want to point out is I changed the terminology. Hope it's okay with people, but we've talked about the possibility of discussing hiring practices during a workshop. What I'd like to do is expand that. So we talk about recruitment in hiring practices with an equity lens. So again, we shouldn't just be talking about equity all by itself, at meetings all the time. We should talk about equity. We should use an equity lens with everything we do. And so I'm kind of hoping that we can expand that to a broader topic. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions? All right, we're at the point in our agenda where it's the consent agenda and donations and grants. Anything to be pulled from the consent agenda?
I know I mentioned it, but I'm good.
You're good, okay. Anything else anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, then I will look for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Anna, do I have a second?
Nikki Buck, second.
Nikki got you. Jennifer? All right, motion made by Anna, seconded by Nikki. Any other discussion? We'll take a roll call vote then to approve the consent agenda, this time starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the consent agenda passes 7-0. All right, then donations and grants.
I'd like to thank Bayview Nursing and Rehabilitation Center for their donation of 16,000 non-medical grade paper masks. Appreciate that very much. We've had, I think, dozens of people or organizations donate a variety of masks to the school district, and we appreciate that support very much. I also like to thank Keith and Patricia Snyder for their donation for hub-to-hub microphones. We'll be talking about that in the near future. And then Sarah Bonser for just over $3,600 for an Ormesa Grillo gate trainer. And I forgot to double check to see exactly what that is. Jackie, do you happen to know?
It's a piece of occupational therapy and physical therapy equipment that her student is no longer using and is donating to the school. It has been all checked out and all checks out and it's in good working order.
So thank you, Sarah, for that generous donation.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you. That was going to be one of my questions. What is an Ormesa Grillo gate trainer? I mean, it's something to do with that. My other question is Bayview Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Does anybody know where they're located?
That's the Hillering Nursing Home or
the what?
Red Wing Health Center, Hillering, they call that Bayview. On 4th Street there.
Oh, on 4th Street there?
Yep.
Across from the old hospital?
Yep. Oh, renamed.
Wow.
New
Thank you,
owners.
Arlen.
Thank you.
I hope I'm right.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to adopt the resolution as follows. Is that right? I accept the donations. How's that? However you want to word it, Jennifer.
I'll second.
Motion made by Jim, seconded by Jennifer. Any other discussion?
Just thank you. That's great.
Yes.
16,000 masks. That's wonderful.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Nikki Buck,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Ms. Tift,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 7-0. I would like to just take a 5-minute recess, if that's all right. We'll get up and stretch, and we'll resume at 7:41. So recess.
Yippee.
I just have to.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah. of business is change in school calendar for the 21-22 year.
Yeah, typically we've had half the kindergarten class start on Wednesday after Labor Day and the other half on Thursday. Because we have mini conferences now before the beginning of the school year for kindergarten kids, the administrative team would like to move the kindergarten start date earlier by a day. So the recommendation is to change the 2021-22 calendar so that half the kindergarten starts on Tuesday after Labor Day and the other half on Wednesday.
I move to adjust the school calendar for students as per attachment.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Second by Anna. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That passes 7-0. Transportation and starting, ending times.
Sarah Houle from Center for Efficient School Operations is also on the call, so she may respond to some questions or provide some rationale. We have a couple of things to discuss tonight, and it has to do with the transportation contract as well as the daily starting and ending times for the upcoming school year. They are directly related to one another, so that's why there's part of one agenda item. And currently our transportation contract has a 3-hour maximum for the length of a route. And this causes some problems if we're gonna continue with a 2-tier transportation system, which is related to lowering our walking zone to 1 mile for elementary schools and related to budget reductions that we want to realize through transportation. So again, they're all related to each other. Sarah Houle represented the school district in terms of renegotiating a contract with First Student. And in essence, she worked with First Student so that we could increase the maximum route time from 3 hours per day to 4 hours per day. And we needed to do that so that we could reduce the costs through our system and lower those no busing zones. So as kind of a part of the deal, she also negotiated an increase in the daily routes prices for the coming year. It's about a 5% increase, but I hope you remember that that's part of increasing that time, the length of the time from 3 to 4 hours. And that's a huge advantage for us. They're getting an additional 5%. Because we're in the middle of a contract, they would like to extend it by 2 more years at 2.5% increase each year for those additional 2 years of the contract. So in essence, that's the thinking in terms of the transportation contract. Now the second part has to do with the starting and ending times for kids. And that's a big topic for us to consider. This year we had the elementary kids go first and then the high school kids. The high school recommended or requested that the high school would go first for the upcoming school year and the elementary kids would go second. And it's largely because of student athletics, because we have so many kids involved in those activity programs, and so they're leaving school early when they're going out of town for games or meets. Jim and I, part of the meeting earlier today, we discussed the fact that George had mentioned to me that we actually had to let some of our we had to let our softball team out early one day for a home meet, just because they're getting out so late, and of course you want the games during daylight, and so that kind of really struck me that we should consider a change. There's also another benefit as far as there are some kids who do work after school. They would benefit from having an earlier start and earlier ending. But the primary reason for the request had to do with student athletics. The elementary principals were really focused on extending the instructional day. We shortened it up this year to make some things work with our programming, but they would like to add 15 to 30 minutes to the day for next year. And so that request is also incorporated into the tentative timelines that are listed there. Again, I want to emphasize it's a first rough draft as far as, the student day, times for drop off and pickup. We have a lot of work to do, or at least Sarah does, in terms of routing kids after we decide if it's okay to go high school first. And we'd like a decision, sooner rather than later, because after we decide who goes first, then Sarah does all the routing for kids, and then that determines where the teachers are teaching, where the paraprofessionals are working. It determines where the students are going to school for next year, and who their classroom teachers are. So we'd like to make a decision in June in order to take the next step.
Questions or comments? Mr. Bryant?
Thank you. I'll just piggyback on what Superintendent Anderson said from our operation meeting. We asked Sarah this, and she can jump on too. The second paragraph in her letter dated on June 2nd, I asked about that, and Jackie jumped in numbers. We had a different way to come to it, and Sarah talks about saving $150,000 by doing the 2-tier, 3 to 4 hours, but we're reducing buses too as a result of that, and moving to a 1-mile buffer for some of the kids to be picked up. I think the savings Jackie gave us at that meeting was probably in that 96,000 range. Could be up to 150. I guess we'll use that. I'm not discrediting Sarah's number because she's on top of it better than I probably am. But in essence, it could be done either way. You could start the high school same time early, or the elementary early. But I think the one thing that didn't come up in the operation meeting was a comment that Superintendent Anderson said was that the elementary teachers want to have that extended time, learning time, and that would be beneficial more to be at the end of the day than jumping them at 7:15 in the morning or 7:30 or whatever that date might be, that time period might be, to get that extra time. So, Sarah, did I jump on that okay, or did I mention the way we discussed?
Yep, you did great. And you did highlight that, and so did Mr. Anderson, that we didn't talk through in the operations meeting, is we are accommodating that extra time, adding that back in that our K through 6 students were missing this school year. So yeah.
And we talked about too, if I may just continue, no matter what we decide, we leave it as it is or change it, there's some are going to be happy and some that aren't going to be happy. So part of being in this role, we have to do.
Jim's famous last words.
Anna, I think you're in the queue.
I totally understand the reasons for wanting this schedule, but I still disagree with it. I was trying to look back to see when we got this attached in our board packets, but the EAB changing school start times research that we have, that, this backs up lots of other research that really high school students shouldn't be starting school before 8:30 in the morning, just for their development and the way that teenagers tend to sleep. I have a really hard time going against that evidence that has been researched extensively to make it easier for sporting activities. And I totally understand the role that sports play in school and the difficulty of having kids leave early. I get all of that, but I think that evidence shows that it's better for the kids' education for them to start later. And I think that that has to take priority over other things happening at the end of the school day, personally.
Jennifer.
I have two questions. So about the extension of the elementary school day, does that, in order to do that, does elementary have to start later? And that happened with the switch?
Yeah, it wouldn't have to, but I think kind of further expanding on what Jim mentioned earlier is that if we kept the current system, you know, as far as elementary and then secondary, if we lengthen the student day for the elementaries, then we're gonna have to do the same for the secondary school most likely, which pushes it even later than it is now. So we'd have to choose either start the elementary even earlier or start the secondary schools or have them end later.
And then second question, I know that you had, this is a recommendation from the high school administrators, but were parents or students or anyone else asked about their opinion on start times?
Not to me directly, but I know that the principals have had conversations with staff members, possibly some parents, maybe students as well, but I don't know that for sure.
And the elementary principals did weigh in on this, and
Yeah.
they tell us what they said.
You know, they were, you know, their big focus is on lengthening the day to get back to where we were, you know, pre-COVID. So that was by far their most important objective. And they'd like an extra 15 to 30 minutes. In fact, I think they would like to, instead of ending at 3:25 on this schedule, they'd like to go until 3:40, you know, to add the full 30 minutes. So that was their primary objective. There was a mixed review as far as which group would start first, which start second. I think they'd be okay either way. They just want the longer day.
Mr. Derricks.
Thank you. It's difficult because we had a number of students a couple of years ago stress how important it is to, with statistics and stuff, of starting a later school day. So what we're coming down to is academics versus activities and athletics, unfortunately. What I'm seeing, I'm part of this. And my first thought was, I'm totally opposed to this. We need to look at the high school. But then the other part of this is, if you look at the K-6 elementary students, they're at 8:45. If they were starting at 7:35 like the high school, would you want a kindergartner, first, second grader, well, you can go all the way through elementary, standing out for the bus at 7 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning when it's dark in the wintertime? That's not really the answer either. The only way to accommodate everything would be to have not a two-tier bus system, but we can't afford it, in my opinion. And we made a commitment to the public when we had a referendum passed that we were going to maintain our shorter walking zones and stuff. And this would keep us in compliance with our promises from our referendum. So somehow we have to get the busing system to work to get our walking zone in compliance with what we promised the public, our parents, everybody. And anything that does not live up to that promise is going to get my stern vote no. We have to live up to what our promises were. And I'm looking at this, if you flip-flop the high school and the elementary, we're going to get in that situation where a young child is going to be standing out in the dark waiting for the bus in the wintertime. And that's not the answer either. So I am in full support of the two-tier bus system. I want to say a couple more things on the two-tier bus system. The 2.5% increase per year, given the labor shortage, the qualifications for a bus driver, I just know truck drivers, bus drivers are even probably more stringent, but I mean, drugs and all the other things, testing that goes into it. There's a serious shortage of drivers in the commercial industry. Serious. It can't be met. And the bus company is going to have to come up with those drivers in that 2.5%. Now, looking at the fuel, if in past contracts, what I saw on the fuel is going to happen whatever the fuel does. There's fuel clause adjustments, I'm quite sure, in the contract. So it's not going to hold the cost at 2.5% necessarily. It could be less if fuel prices drop, but we know that's probably not going to happen. Everything else is going up, so it could be more than 2.5%, but that fuel cost adjustment is common in all contracts, and it's going to be there. The 2.5% for buying a bus, and remember, there was a bus shortage too, along with every other shortage. There was a bus shortage when COVID hit, because you couldn't buy enough buses to try to meet COVID restrictions. So the equipment's going to go up. The 2.5%, I'm totally on board with that on the bus contract for two more years. My only question is, first student was purchased by another company, and I hope we have assurances that everything is going to continue on. We can hold that. So I'm totally on board with the increase. And at this point, I'm on board with leaving the high school with the 7:35 start time and the elementary at the 8:45. I'm willing to try it for 1 year and take a look at it, because I don't want to see a young child sitting outside in the dark waiting for a bus.
Nikki.
I don't know if anybody's had students in elementary and both high school, but I did. That was awful, having the kids start, all the kids start at 7:30. I mean, the elementary. So, and I fully support Anna's comment about having the high school, you know, no kid should be starting that early. I wake up before the sun does. Even I never even got my day going before, because I had things to do here. You know, if we're trying to build a good, strong children before they leave our district and their parents' home, we have to start allowing for those, you know, instead of just get up and go. But we're at restrictions here. We also have this busing system with the 2-tier system, which I think I learned about why we have to have the two start differently. I understand that. I'm willing to be fluid and flexible because there's pros and cons to each of them. But I want to make it very clear, we need to do better next year. No ifs, ands, or buts. Like I said, the mental health of these children are first and foremost. How can we push these guys when they're not at an adult schedule, when they're not adults yet? So, like I said, when we're going to be forcing kids with emotional and frustrations, you're just going to get fight. And, you know, what's working, it's not working. It never has. So I want to make a pledge to do better as we move forward. But as I stand, I'm willing to be incredibly fluid because of the promises and the restrictions and everything, you know.
There are definitely a lot of nuances to this decision. And I feel like we're trying to decide two different things here right now. We're talking about the transportation and we're talking about the schedule.
One thing I think, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but I'm assuming that people would be okay with the actual transportation contract. I think it's a good deal. It gives us more flexibility, you know, appropriate increases. So that's one of the recommendations, or that is the recommendation in the packet. So we could go ahead and make a decision on that and then start talking about the starting and ending times if you want.
I would make the motion that's in the packet to authorize the superintendent or designee to finalize an addendum to the current transportation contract to reflect terms and students outlined in first student's proposal as presented.
Second. Motion made by Jennifer, seconded by Anna. Any other discussion on the contract? Seeing none. Excuse me. I will start with the roll call vote with Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. Excuse me. Do we want to have any just more discussion on the starting times? It doesn't sound like we're looking at making a decision tonight, but is there any more discussion on that?
And again, it would be nice to have a direction as far as, is the board okay with having high school go first and then elementary? And the reason is that so many decisions are based on that.
Yes.
So once that decision's made, then Sarah can go ahead and do the routing, and then that triggers everything else. The only thing is that these times in here are really rough. So as the routing gets figured out, those could be adjusted because we want things to be as efficient as possible for all kids, actually. So that could be adjusted as we proceed with the routing.
Just as I've noticed, there's a couple administrators also on this call. I don't know if Mr. Nemenich is still here or Mr. Hartman, but maybe it would be helpful to hear from either of them. Are either of you still here?
I can speak for a moment or two if that's okay with the board. This is Paul.
Is that all right? Going a little off script here?
Yep. Yeah, this is totally off the schedule, but I really appreciate you speaking your mind, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. So I think I appreciate everybody's comments and everybody's opinions on this, and I think it's important for the board to note that when Mr. Nemenich and I spoke of this, I view our advisors, our coaches view activities as an extension of the school day, not separate from the school day. And so when we speak of kids leaving early for games, they're not just leaving early for games, they're missing class for games. And as many people know, we participate and compete in a conference where the shortest trip is 45 to 50 minutes. And the longest is 2 hours. As conference ADs, we make accommodations for a lot of those. We'll play Mankato on a Saturday. We'll try to play Mankato before the school year starts in activities such as tennis and soccer, those types of things to make those accommodations. We've pushed some start times back next year because every board is having this conversation about school start and end times. And I want us to be careful comparing the two and not envisioning them as one and the same, that activities are part of the student's experience. I know a number of our coaches and teams, they don't get done with rehearsals, practices until 6:30, sometimes as late as 7 o'clock, and that's just on a day-to-day basis, let alone competition days. And I can also speak on behalf of parents in the community ed sphere. When high school rental times go until 6:30, 7 o'clock, that pushes back all of our youth kids. So their rental times don't start until 7. Sometimes they don't start until 8:30, 9 o'clock, and that's getting those young kids home later as a result of the lengthening of the student day at the high school. So we view it all as being interconnected and trying to look at the entire student experience.
I have a number of people in the queue, but while we have Paul on the line, does anybody have any questions or comments for Paul? Jennifer does?
Yeah, I do have one. Paul, do you know what percentage of our high school students are in athletics?
Good question. I'm actually preparing that presentation for 2 weeks from today. So I don't have that number now, but that is that's in my homework pile for June 21st. Okay. And I'm actually, so no, I don't have that number right now.
Okay. Anything else for Paul?
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep.
Appreciate you kind of talking on the fly there. Jennifer, your name was also in the queue for.
Yeah, there's just so much to consider here. I came to this discussion thinking that I definitely wanted high school to start later, based on the studies that Anna mentioned and just kind of what's been recommended academically for our students. But looking at all of the different pieces to it, like Nikki said, I'm willing to be flexible and I understand. But I'm wondering if instead of starting at 7:35, Carson, you had mentioned that these times are definitely not set in stone. Would it be possible to start the high school later? Obviously, that would push elementary later too. But they, the high school did start later this year than 8:45 as well. So I'm just wondering if we didn't start it quite so early, maybe that would help with some just being able to.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay.
We can do everything earlier or everything later. And just a reminder that the student day, according to this very, very rough draft, elementary would start at 8:55 and then the high school kids would start at 7:45. Now that's still very early, but I just want to make sure that we're looking at that data.
Right.
But I'm sitting here during the meeting thinking, well, what if we started 10 minutes later or 15 minutes later? And so, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. And we can iron those things out and then bring back to the board probably in July, as far as start times. But once we know which one goes first and we know how long the bus routes are going to go, then we can just adjust that student day accordingly.
I understand the difficulty it is for athletics and activities, but how much of our student population is that is affected by this? That's my concern. Are we really considering the needs of the rest of our population? So often athletics kind of get what they want and things are run around that oftentimes. And so I think it's just important that we really consider the side, and because a lot of our students are not involved in those activities. As was mentioned before, we have students that work, and so I think that's an important piece too. But I just want to make sure that we are considering the other side.
Thanks, Jennifer. I agree. Arlen.
I'm just going to go right along on the later starting time. I was just looking what would happen if we moved everything back to 7:50 in the morning. Doesn't sound as bad as 7:35. But then I got to look a little more. Maybe we could even go 25 minutes, so it'd be an 8 o'clock start. The elementary, that gets to be a little bit late. I don't know if it's a system, but it's accomplishment. The times elementary teaching, but I think we should be able to tweak this at least 15 minutes. Or look at it at least.
I was kind of doing that too, Arlen. So, the high school could do 8 to 2:45 and the elementary 9:10 to 3:40 or something like that. That feels a little bit more palatable than 7:35 drop off. I don't know. Who's next? Holly? No? Holly? Yep.
There's someone on the call that we keep hearing. So if who's ever on the call, if you could mute yourself, we hear birds and things, and then it makes it hard to hear Arlen or somebody else talking. Okay, that's not what I was commenting. Back when we had that beautiful carved out schedule that George did, we allowed for space for kids to gravitate into their morning in a very gentle way. And then all of this came up, and now it feels like we have to go back to normal. And normal brings us back, to when I started school at like 7 a.m. That's not normal. There was nothing ever normal about that. I'm a high school teacher, and we now start at 8:30, 8:15 for kids. That's still kind of early for a lot of kids, but they can kind of move into it. I just think it's really critical that we do look at the amount of kids in sports, kids in activities kids who are not, kids who are working, and get a general consensus from the students what time they need to be out of school. I mean, if the general consensus is they got to be out of school at 2:00 because they have to get to their job, they have to do this, they have to do this, there's not much room to play with. But if it's always going to come down to busing and money, then we're always going to be locked in to some archaic wake up on the farm early day schedule. So we could talk about it till the cows come home, but literally, I don't know what could ever change. I just think the normal old days, first of all, they weren't normal. And second of all, they're over. We have the opportunity to be really creative as we move this forward.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just saying it's very nice to have a nice open discussion and everybody coming in here and willing to think about the issue instead of coming in with one mindset and rethinking it. Several of you did that, and I think it's refreshing to know that you're walking in the door, your mind's already made up, and nobody can have that time to visit, share, express themselves to you. We do have to make a decision. The time, as I think, can be modified according to what Superintendent Anderson said, and we're not going to get right back to what I said at the beginning. You know, some are going to be happy and some are not. Just like every decision we make, and as parents, our children always don't like our decision, but sometimes there's it's made for a reason, and you can always modify it down the road. So.
And Nikki.
Okay, I'm always going to be advocating for mental health. I am not sports. Actually, I would be considered a cheerleader because I just want everybody to win, right? But I am highly active for my mental health and my physical health. So when we were having chaos in my home with anxiety with my girls, they're at that age. I mean, I would say over and over again, I do not want to be a teenager during these kids' time. You know, 90s was enough. I couldn't imagine 2020. But I said to my kids, you need to get out and start exercise. Get all that pent up energy. I have a really hard time making these children sit all day indoors without more physical activity. So daughter's like, I'm not exercising with you. I'm not hiking that bluff every day or running downtown, picking up trash. I'm like, whatever. You got to do something. She picked sports. Woo! It was a total 180 with that anxiety. And she managed to keep every single A on her thing. So I just want to put it out there. We need to start encouraging physical activity, whether it's just through things on the inside that we do or on the outside or through sports. Again, like I said, I'm not a sports person. I'd rather do my own physical activity. I'm just the cheerleader because I want everybody to win. But it is super important for that mental health aspect. I will always, always, always argue that.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, the athletics, the activities, the after school, it all plays into that, doesn't it? Arlen.
Thank you. I just want to point out something here, and I'm sure Sarah has looked at this, but we got to also realize from what we did a few years ago to what we're doing now, we have 3 full elementary schools, K through 6, and a high school. We are not going to try to bust to grade level centers where kindergarten and first grade got to get to Sunnyside, and 2nd through 4th got to get to Burnside, and 5 through 7 got to get to the middle school. We're only the logistics of trying to make this work should hopefully bring these times down more on what we need between these. If we're bringing whole families to the same building in the elementary, but you have the high school, I get it. There's still 2 variables, but it's a lot simpler than having the potential for 4 different locations with your children going each day. So that's all. Thank you.
I think that's an excellent point because we had all those transfer buses. With this 2-tier system and the grade configurations, we may not have any transfer buses. That's a huge advantage.
Then the gap between the schools might be able to tighten up.
I'm getting and again, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but I'm getting a feeling that maybe the consensus would be supportive of high school starting first if we could move it closer to 8 o'clock. Is that a fair assessment?
Do you want a motion on that? I'll make a motion that we give the authorization to the superintendent and the, admin team to start the high school before the elementary school and to determine the time that best fits following this discussion today.
Are you wanting a second?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that. But
Good. Can you repeat it now?
yeah, something about Karsten and the admin team gets to decide what time the high school starts. The high school starts first before the elementaries.
From the discussion we had today.
From the discussion we had this evening.
Yes.
June 7th.
Crystal clear?
So start times determined based on our discussion?
Yeah.
And high school will start first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't come back at 7:30 one start because I ain't gonna fly.
We'll do this for a whole nother 45 minutes.
That's true. We don't want to do that. All right. So we have the motion made by Jim. Do we have a second?
Holly seconded.
Holly seconded. Authorizing the superintendent and administrators to determine starting times based on our discussion with high school starting first.
It's fair.
Any other discussion? Arlen?
I agree in concept with what Jim and motion and Holly second, but I just don't feel their motion is appropriate, and without hard numbers, I'm not going to vote for it. I'm looking for numbers to come back to me, so I'll be voting no.
A specific start time?
Specific start time? I mean, you're the one that wanted to have the kids not sitting out in the dark.
I haven't heard a specific start time. I explained it, I thought. I'll try
7:45
again.
to 8 o'clock. I
Without
think.
hard numbers of
Okay.
what the starting time is going to be at the high school and
All right.
at the elementary.
Okay.
I cannot vote for this motion.
Sounds good.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Tower.
Yes.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
No.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Yes.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. All right, Red Wing Long-Term Facilities Maintenance Plan is the next item on our agenda.
Kevin Johnson is available to talk about the long-term facilities plan. We've already reviewed it at the committee, so you'll just give a very short summary.
Okay, I was just gonna go here and won't share my screen. Let me try it one more time for you here. Share your screen. That's better. Good evening, everyone. This is our annual long-term facilities maintenance plan. It covers not only HVAC, things like that, but it also covers our 32 health and safety programs that we handle for the district. For newer members and the public, something that's been in the news a lot is lead-in water and radon. Red Wing has been doing these tests every 5 years on a rolling schedule for over 20 years. So on that, just want to assure everyone we're in good shape in doing that. Back to the plan, each year the department does require districts to renew their long-term facility plan. Current statute requires our LTFM 21-22 school year, fiscal year 23 budget. As we began last year, we've been updating our expenditure projection plans for next 10 years to be a little more in line with projected revenues, which I will go over in a little bit here. We did scale back again a little bit more on HVAC replacements and upgrades to try to stay, like I said, more in line with what the real budget our district's going to see is. We'll try to return to things where the district's buildings and grounds staff, we have a lot of talented folks, things that we could do in-house possibly, like we used to always do tuck pointing, because we had some very talented folks that could do that. Biggest reason for the difference in the budget is twofold. Primary reason is the fact that the Department of Education is leaving the LTF revenue flat for the foreseeable future. This started in fiscal year 17. It's at $380 per pupil unit, and there's 3% per year. Obviously, you're losing quite a bit each year. The other is the fact that our district student population is gradually shrinking. So I would urge everyone to speak with your legislators on trying to keep the $380 per pupil unit at least up with inflation, so we're not going backwards each year on that one. Some of the things that LTFM covers, I did also include a couple of detail sheets that go over fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23, giving you some ideas on the type of expenditures we're looking at doing. Things like crack sealing our parking lots. Believe it or not, we're at the 5-6 year point on our parking lots, and from redoing them during the referendum, and we are at the point where we should be crack sealing and sealing those lots as well. I know Alan is working with the city on their large scale bid that they put out to do that type of work. Fiscal year 23, there's one mistake I have on there. It shows a condensing boiler replacement under the high school. That should have been fiscal 24, which you'll see next year. We do things like, in 23, we'll do things like scoreboards in the gymnasium, high school. The running track should have its structural spray and crack seal this year, but with COVID and material prices the way they are, 30 to 40% higher on the polymers and things that we would use, our engineer checked a few vendors, and we literally couldn't even get anybody who's probably willing to bid it, let alone hold their price for any length of time. So we put that off till 23 instead of 22. But those are the type of things: kilns, pool water heater, things like that. If you go down, I'll highlight years 22 and 23. The two that I've highlighted right up here are the ones that we're talking about this year. This year is a little bit lower, and next year it'll be about 300,000 higher, because we're moving the track and the tennis court resealing and things like that into the following year, just holding on to the money for one more year. As you go along the bottom here, you can see we're trying to, after fiscal 23, we're trying to stay in that 650 to 675 range throughout. And where the student population, the calculations that Jackie has, falls off is right here in 26. So that's when we'll start going downhill at about 80 or 90,000. So either our legislators have to do something different, reduce the students we're losing, or else we'll just have to adjust what we are able to recommend for funding each year. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions anyone might have.
Anybody have any questions for Kevin?
So again, the recommendation is to approve the resolution approving school district number 256 long-term facilities maintenance 10-year plan as presented.
I will make that motion.
Motion made by Jennifer.
I'll second it.
Arlen second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, then we will start a roll call vote with Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 7-0.
Thank you. And just as was part of the note there, the GCED portion of this goes to GCED first. And once they approve their plan, it comes back to each of the school districts that are part of GCED. So you'll see that at a later point. We have until July 31st to turn that one in. So thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like you're up for our next agenda item of the hall sound and video system.
Yep. Give you a reason as why this is original equipment to the high school. It was put in when it was built. It is beginning to fail. We've had to repair amplifiers and microphones, things like that, to keep it working. There's some buzzing into speakers, things like that. Another big piece of it is that the FCC, the frequency our wireless microphones are on, is now used for cell phone coverage. So you've probably noticed, like in the cafeteria when we were meeting before COVID, every once in a while the microphone had cut out. Well, that's on the list to do in a future year for those two, for the CAF. But that is why it was cutting out and muting every so often, because it was fighting with the cell phone that happened to be in the room. So what we did here is we had meetings with these two vendors. We had each of them come in. Staff was invited. I know Dan Mars came to all of the pre-bid ones to make sure we were doing as close to apples as possible. When the quotes did come in, I shared those with all of the music teachers, George and Jason as well, so the administrators could go over it as well. They then gave me the feedback as to which one they would prefer, and the higher priced one from Sound and Media is what they chose. The reasoning behind that was the one that was put in at the middle school from the referendum was happened to be the same brand. And so their usage of it, controls, because these are quite complex systems. They're good. Teachers are good for them, good for the students, and easy for presenters to come in, just plug in and go. So that is why we're recommending the higher priced system. We did have a second meeting with all the staff and Sound and Media to line by line again go through each item to make sure we weren't buying something we didn't need. We found a few things we were absolutely missing that the music teachers and Jeff from the theatrical side thought we should have. And they went back and added those in and actually came down a few $100s from our original budget. So recommending Sound and Media to do this replacement. And with that, I'd be happy to try and answer questions that you might have.
Any questions? Sound system. Holly? Nope. Yep.
I don't have any questions. All I can say is there's nothing worse than going to an event at a school when you cannot hear people, or when the sound system is poor, or when the kids are doing a play and you can't hear them because for whatever reason. So if you feel that this is the right company to go with, and we can get the sound system to the place where everybody can hear and participate, I think that's a good thing. And if it's a little bit more money, but they're going to sync the systems and that's going to be easier for everybody, I also think that's a good thing. So thank you.
I do feel it would be good, yes, because we've seen it in action at the middle school, and it is a nice system.
Anna.
So I know a lot of times the theatrical performances that happen at the high school use the little theater instead of the auditorium. Does any of this equipment cross over to there, or is it just specifically for Hub to Hall?
Jeff was part of this as well, and yet he's not certain that all the plays would be moved to Hub to Hall or not. So I know he has some dollars that can go towards it, which would work with the system. The following year, in fiscal year 23, the following year, we would be doing the same type of retrofit, although on a smaller scale, for the little theater as well. So the answer is yes, the capabilities are there. We did not buy all the parts, mics and lapels and things like that, because Jeff wasn't positive that all of them are going to come. We just want to make sure we're not buying it just to have it on the shelf. It's something that we need to use. So
my other question is, and I don't know how much where does this fit into like our current budget?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand it. Could you say that again?
Yeah, where does this fit into our current budget? Is this something that we already have?
This is part of the LTFM plan we just approved.
Okay.
It would be part of the LTFM plan you just approved, yes.
Okay.
So the monies are set aside for it, correct?
Any other questions or discussion?
I'll make the motion to approve the quote submitted by Sound and Media Solutions of Rochester for $84,369.69 as presented.
Looking for a second?
Holly will second.
Holly, all right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes 7-0.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is budget adjustments. Superintendent Anderson?
Sure. As you know, earlier this spring, we made $2.2 million worth of reductions. The elementary administrative team and I met to discuss some issues in terms of how many general education assistant positions they need. They would like to restore 3 of those positions. So of course the expectation is how are you going to pay for it? And so we talked at length about further reducing the number of permanent substitutes. Instead of going from 8 to 6, we'd like to go from 8 to 4, so we'd be reducing 2 more. Also, we agreed that we would not hire the current vacant custodial position and 3 vacant general education assistant positions. In addition, if we still are not meeting budget reconciliation targets, then we would reduce the number of general education assistants through attrition. So again, we'd like to restore 3 of those elementary general education assistant positions using the reductions that I just described.
Discussion. Questions?
Oh, one good question that came up either at the personnel committee or during this board meeting had to do, why are we cutting permanent substitutes now when we weren't cutting them earlier? And I think the primary reason is that this winter and spring, we were very concerned about how many substitutes we would need in our system because we needed them to have a functioning school. And of course, as the spring went on, especially after the budget reductions, our substitute pool started to increase again. And so that means we need fewer permanent subs, which are paid at a higher rate. And so that at least partially explains Holly's question earlier as far as, why now and not earlier? And so when talking to the elementary principals, they felt confident that we could reduce down to 1 permanent sub per elementary building and still make it work with our other regular.
Can I ask a question? So if we're restoring 3 general ed assistants, but we're not hiring 3 general ed assistants, isn't that? Let me explain. Help me
So
understand
the
that.
original plan had a reduction of 7. So we're going to restore 3 of the 7. We have 1 probationary employee that was reduced through the consent agenda tonight. So that's 4. And the proposal is to restore the other 3.
Okay. That really helps me. Thank you. Mr. Derricks, I think.
Yeah,
you're
I
up
was
next.
trying to understand that, and
I know.
I'm still confused, so I don't get it. You're restoring 3 position, ed assistant positions, and then 3rd bullet, do not hire 3 general ed assistant positions.
Yeah, maybe I'll say it in a different way, although it won't be as well done as what Jackie said. So the target originally was to reduce 7. Now we'd only like to reduce 4. instead of the 7. And we're doing that through the 3, not filling the 3 general ed assistant positions. Plus we terminated someone earlier tonight. And so that would meet the goal.
I like the way you explain it, but it doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Doesn't it kind of say that?
Not to me.
Yeah, and certainly I it was my responsibility for the wording, but the goal was to meet the budget reconciliation target, and this is our proposal to make that happen. And keep 3 of those general ed assistant positions.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you. That's clear as mud now. I'm just trying to figure it out. But then all of a sudden you don't have the other part of that third bullet in your recommendation. Do not hire current vacant custodial position.
Yeah, and certainly we could add that as part of the recommendation. I didn't think it was necessary because we just won't do it. But if you wanted to include that in the motion, that'd be fine.
The original budget target had us reducing 2.5 custodial positions through attrition. This would be one of those 2.5. So I don't know if it needs to be mentioned or not.
Well, I do like the 4th bullet. If necessary to meet budget reconciliation targets, reduce the number of general. But I think that should also be broader, to reduce where needed. And if we have declining enrollment, continued declining enrollment, we have to address that too, but not through ed assistants and all ed assistants.
So getting back to this restore 3, not fill 3, is it based on seniority and who you recall back? Is that what's really happening here?
Yep.
Okay.
+1 divided by 4 equals
We need
multiply.
Jamie Mickelson here to write us a.
Is this a correction or an adjustment to a previous vote that we made?
Okay.
So can we just put it out? We voted to
Reduce 7.
reduce 7 ed sisters, general ed positions, but we have decided to restore 3 of them back. That's what,
And instead reduce to.
if I do that, I'm gonna lose my hair too.
What does that mean?
Well, that's what you were doing when you were
Yeah.
thinking.
I know.
I love get rid of the mask.
And certainly it's a wording issue or verbiage, but also, we want to pay for, bringing back these positions. And so that's why we clumped everything together.
Well, I think as long as we understand and know what we're voting on, I think that's the biggest issue here, so that we're clear on what this
So
verbiage means. Go ahead, Arlen.
I'd like to make a motion to restore 3 elementary general ed assistant positions that were of the 7 that were previously eliminated. That sound legit?
And the second part of that.
Yeah, we need the second part to pay for the first part.
And eliminate 2 additional permanent substitutes for the 21-22 school year. That's my motion then. You got it?
Yes.
And I'll say it again if you like.
I have it. Do you
You
have
got
to
it?
add that?
I want to be clear.
Marilyn made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Anna. Any other discussion? I will read back the motion just so we're all crystal clear. I move to restore 3 elementary general ed assistant positions of the 7 we previously eliminated, and eliminate 2 additional permanent substitutes for the 21-22 school year. We'll take a roll call vote then, starting with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye, I think.
And the chair votes ayes. Passes 7-0. All right, next, second revised budget for 2021.
All right, the receipt of the ESSER 2 funds of $937,531 made a significant change to our 2021 budget, which prompted a second revised budget, which is not typical. but necessary. Of those ESSER funds, 838,000 will go to the general fund, 28,000 to the food service fund, and $71,531 to the community ed fund. I also got some accounting guidance on our Chrome Care plan, and it was recommended we opened up a separate fund to track that. So the addition of Fund 23 is also on that proposed budget as well. Are there any questions on the second revised budget?
I have one. Can you just explain how that breakdown happened, or how you decided how much money went to each fund?
So we went through all of our costs related to COVID that had yet to be funded, and that's how the breakdown occurred. So the $71,531 going to community ed was unfunded Kids Junction staff costs due to social distancing and COVID-related expenses in the community ed fund. $28,000 is approximately how much the food service department has spent on reusable trays and packaging, bottled water for the classrooms, things like that. And the remaining funds in the general fund are going to fund the unfunded portion of the online teachers and sanitation supplies that were unfunded, and a lot of things that were going unfunded from ESSER 1, the CRF funds and other COVID funds we had received to date.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bryant?
Thank you. Yeah, that ESSER 2 funds is kind of a nice thing. What did we do with our fund balance what is our projected fund balance without OPEC in there? Whatever it is, OPEC or OPEB, not OPEC. That's oil.
In total? Or
I'm just saying, are we up, down, or otherwise?
hang on.
I'm just trying to get, there's so many pages here, it's just so many different numbers.
So the main page we want to look at, there is a couple of them. So it'd be of the PDF, I believe it's page 2, it's the one right after the cover. We'll see our unassigned general fund balance will be projecting a net increase there of about $89,000, $88,769. General fund in total, with the restricted fund balances, we plan to take out $598,273. If you look up to that long-term facilities maintenance line, you'll see the majority of it is residing there. That was planned spend down for the redo of the Burnside parking lot.
So what would we end up with taking that out? What are we gonna end up here?
Where
There's so
are we
many
gonna
pages
end up
and
in
numbers.
total? 4.9 million.
4.9?
Yep, in general fund.
And then what was it last year? Just so, because I don't want to find that.
5.5.
So we're down 600,000.
Yep, and the majority of it is planned
Burnside
spend
good.
down for the Burnside parking lot.
Didn't we? Yeah, that was we did that last August.
Last summer. The other page that is notable, it'd be page 24 of the PDF. It's page 23 if you're looking at page numbers on that. It shows our actual fund balances for last fiscal year, and then our projected fund balances for the current year, and then the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
In
was
summary
looking at.
form.
Just trying to.
Oh, there's a lot of pages here.
Yeah, unreserved is up 88,000 and restricted was, down 687. Okay.
How much, do you have a sense, like, how much we still would have from COVID expenses that are still unfunded? Do you have any ballpark idea?
This should cover this fiscal year.
Okay.
Going into the future, it's really hard to predict right now.
Sure.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
I just shared this at the finance committee meeting, if I may, Holly. We do have a school that's somewhere near to us that's getting close to statutory operating debt. Once you get to negative 2.5% percent, meaning you exhausted your reserves, they come in and basically take over. And the first questions they will ask each one of you, what did you do to try to stop this? Why didn't you stop this? And all that. So finances is you may think, we got the money, let's spend it, which is probably not the right thing to do, because once you get that, you fight to get out of it. We're all bad. And so that's why the finance committee meets and tries to, do our best to bring recommendations and stuff. And Jackie and Karsten do that, because we get to that point.
We're responsible.
We're responsible. Yeah. They will look you right in the eye and call you by name and say, why didn't you do something? And
and we don't want to say because we didn't know.
Yeah. And that's why,
we know
it's not as healthy as others, but we're aware of it. So I'm not trying to cast doubt or another thing we're doing here. I just wanted to bring up the point that we have a responsibility here as a board.
Oh,
So.
thank you. Other comments, questions? Is anyone ready to make a motion to approve the second revised budget for 2021?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2021 second revised budget for 2021 as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf. Aye. Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 7-0. All right, non-discrimination officers is our next agenda item.
Yeah, we've discussed this in our legislative and policy committee. There's not a uniform agreement as far as what should be included in our handbooks, but I was hoping to have some direction tonight as far as whether the proposed statement is satisfactory to the board. If so, then I'll start including it in handbooks that will come back to the board for continued discussion. It also influences what's included in our policies that also will come through the board. So again, you can see the document itself. First, it incorporates, I think, a suggestion that Holly may have made, where we have one particular person kind of responsible for human rights, ADA accommodation, Section 504 coordinator, just one instead of two. And I think that's a really smart move because then we can kind of channel those kinds of questions to one person instead of having a main person and then an alternate for each one of those areas. It gives us the ability to train that person and have that person make, refer decision-making to others. So that was one of the good changes. I know that Nikki brought up suggested change as far, or actually Nikki and Pam brought up the idea of having advocates identified so that kids and adults can choose to work with particular people who are on a list. Perhaps it's a teacher they've had or somebody that they know from the community or the neighborhood or something like that. And so I did include information about an advocates. And so that list would be available in the district office, school offices, and on the district's website. People don't have to go to an advocate. They could go to a building administrator or superintendent or somebody like that. But at least we're kind of broadening, who might be able to help. There were some, I think, legitimate questions about, is this too much for our human resources managers to handle, especially if we have student-to-student complaints. like let's say a racial harassment complaint. And, my response to that is that, Amy wouldn't be going to the high school to investigate those issues. What Amy's primary responsibility is to make sure the process is being followed. And so in a case of a student-to-student interaction at the high school, it would likely be an assistant principal, perhaps George, who would do the investigation, make some decisions about what happened, but the paperwork would still go through Amy, so she can make sure that it was handled appropriately. I'm also kind of in the mix. I'm sort of the appellate decision maker. So if there are the equity coordinator in terms of this work, and so if there's someone who's dissatisfied with what happened through the investigation, then it gets kicked to me. So that's why I'm not directly involved as one of the coordinators. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that that there are some differing opinions, but just wanted to get feedback from the whole group before we kind of start using it in all of our handbooks.
Holly, are you first in the queue? No? All right, Jennifer.
I was wondering about the advocates. Has a list been started, or is there a plan for how we would determine who would be an advocate?
Yeah, we have, all right, I spoke with 2 people so far, and I'm hoping for at least 2 or 3 more. So Ryan Corby is one of them. He's a teacher who's been teaching the perspectives class, and so he sees, all students are going through that class. And then Phil White also indicated that he'd be willing to serve in that role. It'd be nice to have 2 or 3 more, and then those advocates would receive training, as far as how the process works, what their role is, what their role isn't, those kinds of things. And I think it's a nice thing to offer our students. Yeah, and by the way, just to recall people's memory, we discussed this at length, I think, during a workshop. That's where some of these ideas came out, and then we've kind of refined them through the process. So we've been making good progress on it.
Now, Holly.
Where does that form come in? The one that we have on the district website? How does HR or administrators or these advocates, how do they utilize one form? Or is there going to be separate forms for kids, community members, staff? Because the form is pretty innocuous. It doesn't have a lot of detail on what they're expecting. So how is that going to be moved forward?
Yeah, we have, and what you're referencing is our complaint form. So we have one complaint form for harassment, bullying, discrimination, and other human rights incidents. That may change because we'll also be updating our sex discrimination policy, and so they have different requirements than what we've been doing in the past. But we have the one complaint form, and in many ways, it's nice just to have as few forms as possible, because I don't want a student or his or her parents or a staff member to figure out, well, this is bullying. Or wait, is it harassment? Or is it something else? I think that, if there's a concern, if there's an issue going on, then we want them to express their concerns in writing if possible, or maybe the advocate will do it in writing for them, however that works. And then we can determine if it's a discrimination claim or ADA accommodation request or something like that. So, certainly the policy committee can review the actual form, and make adjustments to it. But that's kind of the reason why there's one form.
And I agree with that also, but at the same time, the person who's filing the complaint should be able to name what they felt with why they're complaining. It's not for a committee to decide that do you know what I'm saying? So if somebody called me a big fat dark-haired girl, Well, I could tell you that, but then I could also say it was weight discrimination, it was sex discrimination, you know, in relation to whatever I did. But it's not for you to say how I felt.
Yeah, and we can certainly look at the form to see if it could be changed to reflect what you're suggesting, because we don't want people to feel stifled or to feel like we're misnaming something. At the same time, you know, we want to get that information in the system and make sure that, well, Amy can make sure it's being processed in the right way.
Right. Right. So not to give people language, but also not to discredit people's experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like, oh, this doesn't qualify as discrimination because you didn't cry or.
Yeah, in fact, a couple of years ago, there was one issue that went through the system, and that was one of the issues that we really looked at is, you know, one of the key criteria for determining if something is racial harassment or sexual harassment is whether or not there was specific impact on the person targeted. And previous forums, I think that MSBA actually didn't actually ask that question. And so we now ask that question on the complaint form. But we can make additional changes to the form, you know, whatever we can do to get the information we need from anyone who is filing a complaint about themselves or on behalf of somebody else.
Arlen.
All right. We're going to go to the background information. Legislative and Policy Committee reviewed the information on multiple occasions. Not all committee members agree with the language proposed. One committee member, and that was me. So just so you know, expressed concern that the human rights manager was not that the human rights, it's a human resource manager.
Oh, yes.
Should not address student to student complaints. I want to go back and on record and say that I still believe that is wrong. I think the human resource manager would be the appropriate manager when it's an employee issue with other employees, but I do not feel student to student, parent student, several other is something that falls under a human resource coordinator. Their job is to take care of employees. And I will stand by that, and I will be voting against this if it continues in there. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, just you know, we would be asking the human resources manager to also serve as a human rights manager or human rights officer, but that doesn't mean that she would be personally investigating a student complaint about another student. I mean, that would almost in every case be referred to the principal or an assistant principal in the building.
I don't think she should even be aware of it. So I'm just going to stay there. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's a conflict. It's wrong.
Do we know how other schools handle that?
Got to be honest, usually this is not a big issue. You know, we make the decision and then the key is to provide the training and the processes to make it work. Now, I say that, and at the same time, I'm really proud of the fact that, you know, we can take discussions and suggestions, differing opinions into consideration. And in almost every case, we end up with a better policy or practice. Almost every case. And, you know, and so I think Arlen's point, maybe it's I think you mentioned conflict. I think you might be, are you also kind of referring to workload or just who does what?
I don't feel that's the proper person for student to student or other issues. I would be okay if you wanted to use just Whitcomb as one area, but I do not believe a human resource person that deals with employees should be the one that is a human rights director for all student, everything else. That information goes to that person. That's, to me, it's wrong.
Nikki, you're in the queue.
As a student who has been held highly accountable to the disciplinary actions in this. And not to mention also racially discriminated against. We have not changed since I was in high school. They are still saying the same thing to our students as they did to us back then. So I would have to suggest that I like this approach, but I think we should spend more time on it to finesse it, because I don't want to come back in 4 years and have to readdress the racial issue here. So if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right.
And if I could add to that, you know, to do things right, I think well, there's several important factors. First, we need the right process. We need the right complaint forms. We really need to provide additional training for everyone involved in the process, and that includes all staff members. You know, and so I think training is critically important here. And I know one or more board members have really stressed that too, and I completely agree with that. And then, you know, we simply need to get people to fill out the form, or to let us know that a form should be, you know, to me, and then we need to address it appropriately. So, you know, there are a whole bunch of layers that we really have to follow through. And, you know, I expect, and I think we expect, you know, that to happen.
Holly.
Well, I've been saying this for years, but we're short-staffed in the HR department because there are multiple things that go on within a school district that take multiple steps. When you investigate something like this, it's not just a, hey, what happened? Thanks. There are multiple steps in investigating things like this. And you can't say, well, I don't want this person to do it, but I'd be happy with just that person doing it. That's not how things work in like the big picture. People have to be trained. They have to be certified. They have to have the licensure. They have to understand what is behind why people feel these ways. So when we put out there that we're going to look at the form, who's we? I mean, are you going to compare it to best practices with the state of Minnesota? Are you going to compare best practices with, you know, MSBA? You know, we as a group are not versed in what a form should look like. We could all add suggestions. And, you know, I could look at the one that we use in St. Paul. I'm not so sure that that's the best form either. But there are, like Nikki said, multiple things that have to come into play here. And when we just try to check the box and, you know, put it in, well, it's one, I don't think it's doing justice if we're going to actually make significant change. So students, you know, historically always report it to the principal or to a teacher who then reports it to the principal. The teachers by law have to report if there's some kind of, you know, something that happens, or a social worker, or, you know, and then it goes into, are they going to be mandated to report it to the county? I mean, there are multiple steps of things like this. So I think social workers should be involved. I think psychologists should be involved. I think your administrators should be involved. I think those people should be sitting around a table and talking about what this looks like, not us. And then they can bring back what best practices looks like to us so that we can then go, oh yeah, that's great. That's basically how I see it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're, you know, the exact source for best practices, but we're always willing to consider feedback from our own staff and students, as well as other examples. Obviously we can do that. Our complaint form is largely based on the complaint form that the Minnesota School Board Association suggests.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I like the idea of having some of this in here, but I think Arlen's right about, you know, that human rights or whatever that is person. But I do want to make sure that we have some mechanism in place, and you can share if there is one, that if we have student on student, that there's something there that people can go back, not everybody, but the administrators go back to see if that student's done. A different person gets the complaint investigated, when another person gets another complaint investigated, that there's information crossing to make sure that that same alleged violator is more, that just, it's just not an isolated case. And is there something like that in place? I'm going for, especially now when we move schools around, or not schools around, students around the schools. Is that something like that in place?
Yeah, and actually having one person kind of oversees the process will make it a stronger process, because everything will go through one person instead of two, or possibility of two. But the answer is yes. When there's a form that's filled out, it gets processed through one of the coordinators who are listed in our current policies, and then they maintain that information. I will add, though, that it's not just the person who is who should be disciplined or should be addressed. It's also the victim.
Correct.
Because as those documents come through, then we can better track who the perpetrators are and who the victims are in the process. So but that's handled in one area. But right now we have Sherry Johnson, we have Amy French, we have Jess Whitcomb, we have multiple people who are kind of involved. This year it hasn't been much of an issue just because of hybrid and distance.
I just think about the high school, and I'm sure they talk, but I have 3 basic principals and 2 assistant principals that something might get not whatever. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I just have more people investigate the student on student. That's what I'm referring more to. We should have something in place either in the school that people that are doing it, they're following some type of database for those victims and perpetrators, alleged perpetrators.
Jennifer.
I'm just wondering if we're kind of talking about 2 different things here, that tonight, whether we want to approve this as a policy in the handbook, laying out these basic steps, but then also with an understanding that there are procedures that need to be refined to make sure that this actually happens, that claims get looked at and dealt with, and people feel that and see that we are actually following through on discipline issues and other things. But I'm just wondering if that's different from what we're trying to do here tonight. So is it possible that we could continue this conversation in a workshop or something further? I think it's an important conversation to be able to make sure that there is follow through on these things. We know in the last couple of months we've had some racial issues brought up, racial discrimination, words being used. These are complaints by our students and by our parents, and we need to make sure that there's follow through on that. I think part of that is related to this, but do we need to know that right now, or can we just approve this policy at this point and then have further discussion on what that follow through is?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, because when those issues come up, there are tough decisions that have to be made, and that would probably warrant a much longer discussion. I agree.
So what I'm hearing is the non-discrimination procedures to be put on our workshop list, probably sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and of course we'll have discussions with our policy committee. The answer is yes. We can certainly have it on, but we also have a timing issue, because as we're changing policies and practices, and we have to make those decisions so we can get the handbooks printed, so we can do the training and get the year started.
Right.
And so I think we're probably going to have to move ahead at some point, regardless of what it looks like, and just make that decision and then tackle that. It might be later this summer or early fall.
Well, that's why I was wondering if we could move ahead with this. The basic layout of this is the legislative and policy committee has put together. then the details.
I think that sounds good. Nikki, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just want to state that this is also a time for us to get really creative too. I'm not about the harsh discipline of our students. I'm more about an education and bringing them together. It's not any different than raising kids. If you got multiple children in your home, they're going to be different. There's going to be massive chaos and massive dysfunctions, but we still move forward without shaming anybody, more or less with an education and not disregarding the person who was, it's more or less an opportunity to do better, be better. So I'm really hopeful about this. And I appreciate everybody taking the time, wanting to take the time to really go through this, because we do need to change.
Holly.
Wrong button. Jennifer, thank you for pointing that out, that it took on a life of its own, but really it's just that simple right now, and none of it's simple. But if we just move forward with what you just, kind of laid out for us, and then we can rehash it and hash it and get creative and talk about all of the things that we need to do better, or staff can bring to us after they've done a round table around what it looks like in the district. Because like I said, we're not the experts, but there are people out there that are experts in trauma and discrimination, all kinds of things. So thank you. I'm prepared to do that.
Anna.
Yeah, just kind of continuing on that. I think this isn't perfect, but it is an improvement upon what was currently in the handbooks, and with the interest that we got to move on, that, get things in place for this upcoming school year. Also knowing that we have improvements to make, I move to include the attached non-discrimination information in district policies and handbooks as needed.
Do I have a second?
Nikki Buck, second.
Motion made by Anna, seconded by Nikki. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote on that motion, starting with Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
No.
And chair votes aye, passes 6-1. Review of policies.
Yeah, the Legislative and Policy Committee reviewed the policies that are listed in this section. And so really this is more of a formality, just letting the school board know that the policy committee's already reviewed it. If there are questions, feel free to contact me at any time. It doesn't have to be just when we're reviewing the policies, but any questions, just contact me about any policy in the district. So we don't need board action or anything like that on the policies. We'll just update, when they were reviewed officially.
Okay, that sounds good. And then our final piece of business this evening is an open or closed session to conduct an evaluation of the superintendent. I believe that we will go into a closed session to discuss the evaluation. So I need a motion to go into closed session. Motion made by Holly. Do I need a second?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. With Anna, raised her hand for a second. Any discussion?
Just a question.
Yep.
I think we should have a verbal answer instead of a nodding of a head
Okay.
from the superintendent. Closed session or open session?
Closed session.
Thank you.
Closed session.
And then just a reminder for the public is that, and all of us, is that after we return from the closed session, our only action will be to adjourn the meeting. So we aren't going to talk about anything else. We'll just adjourn the meeting.
Right. All right, so we need a roll call vote.
Just one more question.
Yes.
We do have future topics and upcoming meetings is after that, before we adjourn. So we just talked about it.
Yeah, we could cover that now if you
Sure.
like.
We should probably do that because you just announced that we are looking at just adjourning. So
Well, the upcoming meetings that we have is, let's see, the 21st, we have a school board meeting The 28th of June, we've got a workshop. All the other meetings, committee meetings, are listed in our school board packet. Anything other meetings that we'd like to highlight coming up?
Our workshop on the 28th is going to include budget, but what else? What's the other topic of it?
On labor negotiation
Oh,
strategy.
okay.
And I think that'll be enough for that.
That'll be enough, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so back to moving into a closed session. I need a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Howard.
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, 7-0. We are in closed session 9:17.
And actually, what we'll have to do is you'll need to get out of this meeting.
Okay.
So that Lisa can finish that and then log in again to the closed session that Lisa will be sending you those meeting invites if she hasn't already done so.
Okay,
Okay.
so we'll get out of this one. We're coming back to this one too.
I think she has a different meeting set up.
Yeah, if you click the return to home screen, another one pops up that is closed session. Closed session.
Return to home screen.
Return to home screen.
Oh.
I see the closed session.